Welcome to Bangkok, where tradition meets innovation, and where ideas ignite into action. This is the heart of the Asia-Pacific region, a melting pot of cultures, perspectives, and insights. Here, we come together to explore the future of research, data, and insights. Our theme this year is Ignite, a call to spark new ideas, to challenge the status quo, and to fuel the passion within each of us. Over the next few days, immerse yourself in thought-provoking sessions, collaborate with industry leaders, and discover the latest trends shaping our world. Join us as we ignite conversations, spark collaborations, and light the path to the future of research. Welcome to Esomar Asia Pacific 2024. Let's ignite the future together.
All right. Good morning. How are you? You had a good evening last night, and you enjoyed the first day. I talked to many of you. You guys really enjoyed the first day, same as me. So let me quickly introduce myself. I'm Tony, coming from Philip Morris, based out of Hong Kong. I take care of 96 markets in the region, including South and Southeast Asia, Middle East and Africa, and the Commonwealth of Independent States. I have been working in this industry for 30 years. I remember the first time I know Esomar is back to 1995. I'm asked by my boss to contribute in one paper, and finally this paper is already selected. I'm very happy that I'm one of the contributors for the Esomar. In the last 8 years, I attend physically 4 different forums from Esomar. Back in 2017, in Amsterdam, there's a client forum. I talked to many of the clients to exchange what we see. At that point of time, we haven't talked about AI for sure. And then 2018, I come back in Asia. I attend the Bangkok conference. I remember we talked about big data, chatbot, all these things. I think, Dave, yeah, you're right. 2018, we talked about big data. And 19, when I was in Macau, I presented. I'm taking the stage and talk about, how can we bring the efficiency. And today, I'm coming back as a program committee members. When I select the paper, I found a lot of very, very good topics. So, I want to recap what we learned, at least my personal little reflection of yesterday. I make some notes. I'm happy to see many new talents. I wish I could see all the 4 presentations later today, but I know that we only have one winner. But anyway, I will talk to them and get their presentation. And also thank you, Noki and Nisha, to show us the beauty of Thailand. And I can't remember how to say the whole name of Bangkok. I really try, but I don't think I can make it. But if you have some good tips, let me know, because it's a very good opening every time when I come back to Bangkok. And also, thank you, Joa, to update us about the new ICC, the Code of the Conduct, the 6 guides, and also I'm expecting and looking forward to see it next year. And we talk a lot about AI. I learned. I also talk to some of you. I would want to bring back to my company, especially about the AI moderation, the sensory bot, definitely. In the afternoon, I also very impressed to hear a lot to talk about framing the consumer insight. A lot of good case like Diageo, bringing the experience and create the very unique moment for your campaign. Colgate, we always need to listen to the future consumer. And also, I like the Samsung presentation a lot. And I am thinking maybe I can seriously consider to change my iPhone to Samsung so that I can play around with all these AI things. And also, very importantly, I really enjoy and impressed by the keynote speaker. So I learned how to build my creative muscle, and also remember the 2010-70 rules. When we embarked on AI, the change management played a very important part in the organization. So today, our section, we will talk about two main themes, one on the creativity and also the emotional connection. Working in a company like Philip Morris, I think we have so many important global brands, million-dollar brands. Build this strong connection to the consumer is super important. We need to delight them every single moment when they have our product. And also thinking about our company vision to bring the smoke-free future, so creativity is also very important. So with that, I want to first invite Colin Ryan and also Matt Pierce, but unfortunately today he could not join us physically, but you will see him in the stage. And they will talk about how we decode, the emotional connection to understand the true consumer feeling. So let's welcome Colin to come to the stage. Colin.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you. Thank you, Swadika, and good morning. Lots of smiley faces in the room. Hey, fun fact, by the way, a serious fact, though. Thai people have 13 different ways to smile. 13, 1-3. Good luck with facial coding on that. But it's a fun fact, but it's a serious fact. So what I'm actually going to ask you to do now is to participate in my talk here. I want you to turn to the person you're sitting next to in a moment, and I want you to ask them how they're feeling today. When I clap my hands, we'll swap it around. So here you go. Turn to the person next to you. Ask them how they're feeling today. Okay, clap, clap, switch it around. Okay, I can not just see smiles, now I can hear laughter. So laughter is always a sign of pleasure, but it's mainly a sign of embarrassment in situations like this. So back to me, people. See? Everybody likes to talk about how they're feeling, but you actually don't have many words for it. I know from survey work that the number of words people can use to describe how they're feeling are very, very few. But you would also have possibly struggled if you were sitting next to someone from a different culture from you. How do you read the facial expressions? Facial expressions vary culturally. You might have even felt some physiological changes. You might have, if you were a little shy or embarrassed, you might have felt an elevated heartbeat. You might have, let's be blunt, you might have lent into wanting to speak to the person next to you. You might have been less positive about feeling you wanted to talk to the person next to you. Feelings are incredibly complex. We can't even agree whether we're talking about emotions or sentiment or feelings. It's a complex system, very nuanced. And yet, every single paper yesterday talked about the importance of emotion. Brands connecting emotionally. Experiences are all about feelings. We know from lots of the published literature in our industry, the IPA, for example, emotional advertising, emotional creativity is more effective. Full stop, no argument. The cognitive sciences, the academics tell us that first we feel and then we think. So there'll be no disagreement in this room about how important emotions and feelings are, and sentiment, and so many words we use for it. I'm going to use the word affective state because it covers all of those things. Super important. But how much time and effort have we put into how we unpick them, how we decode them, how we decipher them? Now, if you're Dame Burbank, as old people like me would call them, DDB to the rest of the world, they're a global agency helping clients to gain emotional advantage. That's their core proposition. That's their brand promise to their clients. If that's what you say, then how do you deliver that? How do you give them emotional advantage? Because if you're doing it the same way as everyone else, where's the advantage in that? You have to have a more nuanced, a better way of doing it. And that was the challenge that TRA was given. So it was pretty clear this wasn't, let's run a quick survey. That was never going to be the solution. We had to leverage the best science. We had to make sure we could make this work across all of the many cultures that DDB work on. They are a global agency. We had to be able to make it work across different markets and different categories. And at the end of the day, we had to build something that their people could access in whatever agency they were anywhere in the world. And they had to be able to interrogate it. It wasn't going to be just a simple story that they could pick up and run with. They had to be able to look at things like demographics, for example. So it was a big challenge, and it was a big piece of work, and we knew we needed a framework. So the framework we developed had 3 components to it. We looked at context. Emotions don't live in vacuums. They're not siloed. If there was a big bang in the room at the moment, you'd feel, what would you feel? Fear, surprise, anxiety probably. But if you're standing on the waterfront tonight and there's a firework display, the first big bang, well, thrill, joy, excitement, pleasure. It's context-based. So we had to allow for context. We also had to allow for culture. The idea that the 7 universal faces has long been buried by the academics. There are no such things as universal emotions. Emotions are culturally embedded. From the time a baby is born, its parents and its culture are teaching it, it's wiring its brain about how to deal with the world emotionally. That's why some languages have a word that simply doesn't translate into any other language, a word for a feeling that doesn't really exist anywhere else. And there are some quite universal emotions like shame. I was born in a Western culture. My parents would say to me, never be ashamed of yourself. Whereas in more collectivist cultures, shame is taught as a positive emotion. It's about collaboration and being part of something bigger than yourself. So we knew culture was going to be really important. And of course, as I said, we knew that emotions, feelings, sentiment is multifaceted. I'm feeling really excited at being on the stage here today, but I'm also really anxious that I land the points that I want to land with you, and I do it all in a time frame that's quite short. So we have some words for things like that, don't we? Bittersweet, happy, sad. But think that that's just the tip of the iceberg. Emotions are multi-layered. They can be more intense, they can be fuzzy, they can be very clear. So we had to allow for all of those 3 things, and that was the framework that we used. Gone twice now. So the problem we had to solve is we had to define feelings. So we had new modality. We couldn't just have smiley faces or facial recognition or just vocabulary, just words. We needed to decode them. We needed to understand things like intensity and clarity. And we needed to contextualize it. As I said, emotions don't exist in a vacuum. So what we developed was a toolkit. And we used a number of different ways that people could express their emotions and how they were feeling. So things like colour. Now, the colour actually is quite universal in terms of people's feelings and emotions. We used sound. We used intensity. How loud did it feel? We used shapes, symmetrical shapes, asymmetrical shapes, jaggedy shapes, smooth shapes. We used textures. We used different kinds of landscapes. We did use words as well, but we didn't just use the classic emotion words. We also used physiological words like feeling cold, feeling shivery, feeling hot. And remember, just the nuanced bit here, the multi-layered bit. I can be red in the face in anger. I can be red in the face in embarrassment. So, these things don't live individually. We had to have this multi-layered modality. So we developed this suite, if you like, of projective techniques, which we looked at through, first of all, qualitative research. We then did a pilot, a quantitative pilot, and we've now rolled this out into national representative samples across 7 different countries. And what that piece of work generated for us was some clusters. Sorry, I obviously missed this slide. We obviously had to provide context, and the context for us was real lived experiences, real live events. So things that happen all the time, all day, to all sorts of people in all sorts of lives and different markets and categories. Now, we used 100 of these. 90 of them were common across all of the countries, and the last 10 were chosen by the individual countries because they could then tailor them either to their own culture or to the markets and categories that they were working in. So 100 in total, and the suite of projective techniques, and people matched those two together. What that produced for us was 6 clusters of what I've called affective states, because it is a mix of emotions and feelings and sentiment. And the clusters, as you can see, span from more negative to more positive. Within them, the statements, of course, the wonders of AI. We would never have been able to do a piece of research like this had we not been able to use AI for the analysis. Some statements are common across all cultures in those clusters. For some statements, some of those trigger statements would appear in one cluster for one culture and in another cluster for another culture. The next slide I'm going to show you, please don't try and read it. It's just an illustration of the kind of data that we had available to put into the engine. So we had statements, we had colours, we had textures, we had intensity, we had sound, we had words, we had a whole mass of ways in which people could express how that trigger made them feel. So the useful part of this presentation is what DDB have done with it. That's the part that I'm going to hand over to Matt to talk to you about.
Hey there, guys. I'm Matt Pearce from DDB Australia. And firstly, apologies I couldn't be there in person. There's some medical problems in the family at the moment, so I couldn't jump on a flight. But I wish I was there, and I hope you're having an awesome couple of days. My job now, after hearing from Colleen, talk about all the interesting stuff that sits behind the scenes, is how does the Fields Barometer interface with our client partners? So that's what I'm going to talk you through, is a bit of a use case, and I'll give you a sneak peek into how this Fields Barometer is going to come to life for more audiences too. So a special thing for you guys today. So I'm going to share my screen and go through a few slides here, and I'll come back a couple of times as well. Firstly, this use case. How do we translate these feelings into actionable insights for one of Australia's largest supermarkets, Coles? Coles is a place that almost every Aussie shops at least once a year. They sell fresh produce, dairy, grocery items, pet food, dog food, whatever it might be. So it's really important for them to understand what is going through the Australian shopper's mind. So the way we tackled it is, firstly, we looked at statements that were relevant for their business. They could be bucketed into things like food enjoyment, such as a family dinner without phones or technology, or having a sweet treat, or food quality, about where it's grown or shopping for Aussie made. But also what I'll dive into now is food creation, whether it's cooking a new recipe, the time it takes to cook, or getting takeaways delivery. We found a range of statements that were relevant to the business of Coles, a supermarket. So I'll dive into these themes, but the way in which we tackled it for Coles was, firstly, we started with the dashboard. And I'm going to show you this dashboard in a bit more detail now, so you can get a sense of the type of data it's outputting and how we interpreted it. So it's a really powerful tool that we can use, and it took about 30 minutes of playing with this to get to the types of insights that I'll be sharing with you right now. As you can see here, this is what the dashboard looks like. As you can see on the right hand side, there's that cluster that Colleen talked about. Which cluster does this fit into? We can change the nations to those who are in the study, the demographic, but most importantly, it's all about the statement. So I can type in, I know we've got trying to cook a new recipe. And we'll click on this one, and the dashboard changes to reflect exactly what that feeling is. So as you can see here, we have a summary of the feeling, including the sentiment, whether it's positive or negative, the intensity of it and the relevance, the projective tools, as you can see, which is feeding the feeling, and then some more cohort level differences where relevant. But the real power is here. This is an AI generated summary of all those projected techniques, cohort level differences, intensity, and it gives a really powerful statement here about trying to cook a new recipe. I'm not going to go through the detail because I have that for you right now as well. But that's in how we started to tackle this particular question facing Coles. So on trying to cook a new recipe, what did that feel like for most Aussies? Well, it feels like a delicate balance between excitement, creativity, and the fear of failure. What do we mean by that? Well, what we saw from the responsive projectives, the sensations used, the feelings described is that it is very expressive, enthusiastic, and adventurous as a feeling. There was lots of bright colors, excitement, and light, happy, positive sensations coming through. And that's why it is a mostly positive feeling. As you can see here, it is still mostly positive. However, there was this shadow to this feeling. The feels of it being overwhelming, unpredictable, even frustrating, which was manifest through darker colors, swirly shapes, and more heavy, intense sensations that people experience. So whilst this feeling is mostly positive, people like the adventure and creativity, there is a sense of frustration and overwhelm to it. Another statement we thought about was not having much time to cook for myself. And that really felt like a chaotic, urgent weight from the standards placed upon us. It is a largely negative feeling. As you can see here, it's minus 22. And it is felt at a moderate intensity too. And what came through the projective techniques was a lot of black, a lot of red, a lot of warning colors, and lots of sensations that felt tense, heavy, and as we saw through the use of shapes, things that felt swirly and chaotic. And that's where we got to this insight. It is both chaotic, exhausting, and guilt-inducing. But the other element that was really exciting was this thing here, pleasure in the pressure. And we found that as a really useful, interesting insight that whilst, yes, this is largely a guilt-inducing, chaotic feeling, and it's a reflection of the pressure we place on ourselves, some people relish in the pressure of a deadline and love the fact that they can pull it off regardless of or the chaos around them. So really nice insight there. Lastly, getting takeaway or delivery instead of cooking feels like naughty but well-deserved indulgence. It happens a bit too often. This is my bias. I probably feel a bit more guilt than the average person, but most people across the sample felt it this way, and it is a largely positive feeling. This is something people look forward to because it offers them exciting, comforting, and relief. And that came through lots of colors, circular shapes, and feelings of conviviality and connection. However, there was some guilt with the clash of desires of wanting to eat healthy or eat the food that's at home already. But it's a largely positive feeling, so it's important to lean into that. This led to a few recommendations for Coles where if they're thinking about creating recipe ideas, elements such as providing enough room for creativity and experimentation. If people love the adventure, how do we let them also express their creativity? To reducing the concerns and frustration by showing what the end result could be like. If developing dinner ranges, I love that insight about there's pleasure in the pressure. So how do we flip the frustration into fun? How do we just showcase, yes, there's a challenge ahead, but we'll help you get through it. And in promoting fakeaways. Fakeaways are like a made-at-home alternative to something like McDonald's or Pizza Hut. So how can we promote fakeaways by still being joyful and exciting despite it being a fake? Now I'm going to show you how the Feels Barometer can come to life for more audiences. So what you can see here is the first glance at the Feels Barometer. We imagine this coming to life as a website, and it's all going to be orientated around this face. As Colleen talked about, the face only gives away one dimension of how we're feeling. There's a lot more sitting behind the surface, but we want to start with a face. And from this face, you can imagine we'll go through a range of different statements. We're going to look at getting hacked or scammed. And essentially what we are imagining is we'll have this face, but also an orb, a 3D orb that sits across the face, which should pull in all the texture and nuance of what this feeling is like. But this orb needs to come to life and bubble and change and draws in elements that we took from the projective techniques to give us this sense of raging powerlessness and violation. And this can also be an opportunity for us to give more information away around the feeling itself, the sentiment, its intensity, and obviously the projective techniques used there to provide a really visceral reaction into what that feeling is. Or alternatively, on the positive, a family dinner without technology feels like radiating connection with a side of discomfort. Again, that's something we came up with, but it's been built out of the feels barometer. And as you can see, yellows and blues and circles, which reflects exactly what the participants of the survey were choosing, so we can get a sense of the feeling that our respondents chose. So a little snapshot into when we launch a feels barometer more broadly, what it would look and feel like for users. So again, apologies I couldn't be there. I'm going to hand back to Colleen now to take it home, and hope you've had an awesome couple of days as well. Thank you.
Seems to have got slightly out of sync there. It's the time difference, that's the point. Oh, sorry, it's clicked on. I'm going to leave you with Matt's thoughts on that particular project. There are many other projects that perhaps we can talk about in the Q&A. But the thoughts I'd like to leave you with is it's not simple. It shouldn't be simple. Emotions and feelings are way more complicated for single modal ways of looking at them. We need to be able to look at them across cultures. Emotions are different across cultures. Let's accept that that piece of science is now established. We need to be able to look at them across different markets and different categories. And for this client, we needed a lot of people around the world to be able to access the information. We can't always be there when they're working through it. And of course, it's for them to find those tension points that give their clients emotional advantage and that enables them to live their proposition. So yeah, thank you for your time. I hope you're feeling better than when you, in some embarrassment, had to ask the person next to them how they were feeling today. And practice those 13 smiles. There's an art to that, I know. Okay, thank you very much for your time. You want this?
Thank you so much. Well done. Thank you, Colleen. All right, since I talked about me in the very beginning, I have already working in this industry for 30 years. So the next topic is very relevant, at least to me. You know, the cosmetic product is a emerging, segment, especially in Asia. Today, I would like to invite Ying Hui from L'Oreal China. She will bring us about a topic about the community. So in her presentation, she will talk about how they connected with the consumer, the male consumer in the cosmetic product, and use a very, I really like this way, it's like the setting up the community. So may I ask Ying to come to the stage and walk us through the topics. Ying, time for you.
Okay. Thanks, Tony. Morning, everyone. I'm Ying from L'Oreal Online China, and today I'm thrilled to be here at Esomar and share a topic I'm incredibly passionate about, men and makeup. I see quite a few gentlemen in the audience today. Have any of you wear with makeup? Anyone? Oh, cool. Yeah, fantastic. It's great to see some of you already embrace the power of makeup. Yeah. And even for those who haven't personally picked a makeup yet, there is no denying that men's grooming is evolving rapidly, right? Actually, today, more and more male consumers place increasing importance on their appearance and embracing the makeup as a powerful tool to conceal imperfections and express their personality. And at L'Oreal, we champion the idea that beauty is for everyone. And this evolving market is exciting. But to truly cater to this growing segment, we really need to understand men's needs and aspirations regarding makeup. And navigating the male makeup market in China is a fascinating adventure, but it comes with unique challenges. Getting men to open up about their makeup experience can be surprisingly difficult.
确实有在用，但是你说怎么用，它就是正常去涂嘛，正常去用。你说要仔细分享，这个事情你说也不是，怎么讲，反正有点尴尬。你说。
Yeah, even many of you cannot fully understand the Mandarin, but I think you can still sense this boy's awkwardness or discomfort or struggle in sharing his makeup experience in front of others. Actually, in a culture steeped in tradition, makeup for men in China can still raise eyebrows. There is a societal barrier that can make men hesitate to openly express themselves through makeup. And unlike most female consumers who have established knowledge and some vocabulary around beauty, getting men to talk in detail about makeup, particularly regarding some sensorial expressions, can be tough. So we quickly realized that we really need a way to break down those barriers and encourage men to share their experiences authentically. So, how do we break the mold? Our solution? Community. Actually, this is a dedicated digital space for men to connect, share, and explore their experiences with makeup, or even beyond makeup. It isn't just about research. It's about creating a relaxed and engaged online playground where our men consumer can feel comfortable. It's all about people engagement. But how did we get men truly open up about makeup? We really needed to tap into their intrinsic motivation. So, we designed Community as a vibrant social hub, fostering genuine connections and encouraging spontaneous sharing. It's a window into the real world of men and their beauty experiences. But to truly get the conversation flowing, we've infused the entire experience with gamification, unlocking their enthusiasm and expressiveness. It encouraged them to talk openly and vividly about their makeup experiences. And within this safe and judgment-free zone, men can truly be themselves. They share everything from their daily routines to their passions. Sports, or gaming, or movie, or pets, or travel, you name it. And you know what? We are listening. It's a world full of diverse interests and experience. And building on their hobbies and activities, we craft topics to explore how makeup fits into their lives. And take our holiday OOTD theme as an example. We certainly saw men's outfits and their hairstyles. It was also fascinating to see how men approach makeup for special occasions. And we may know women may have hundreds of makeups and meticulously craft looks for different occasions. But how about our men? It's often about simple and clean. They want to look their best, but no one knows their secrets. And these insights are interesting and invaluable, directly fueling our product innovation and development. And how do we maintain the high energy and the engagement throughout the journey? The special ingredient, gamification. We've gamified the entire Community experience, transforming tasks into an exciting journey of exploration. And ready to see how we play? Let's dive in. Actually, our young male consumers really love gaming. They thrive on friendly competition. So we created a dynamic leveling up system that rewards them for sharing, creating, and connecting. And each action, posting or commenting or sharing amazing content, it all earns points. The more you interact, the more points you rack up. Then, we regularly publish the leaderboards and offer the exclusive rewards to keep the momentum going. And let's just say the competition for top sports gets pretty fierce. But it isn't about the points. It's about creating a vibrant and engaged space where our male consumers feel empowered to express themselves. And within this exciting environment, the next question is, how do we integrate makeup into their conversation? The answer is to speak their language. Think about your favorite video game. The gear is essential, right? It makes you feel powerful and ready to take on anything. We see makeup the same way, a secret weapon, a confidence booster. That's the thinking behind the activities like our secret armory. We integrate many familiar game elements into our activity design. Here, foundation isn't just about makeup. It's a secret weapon in male beauty arsenal. Then we ask the consumer, what do you expect from the foundation weapon? And how will you use the weapon to empower yourself? And what kind of the effect or result are you seeing? And remember how hesitant our male consumer were to discuss about makeup before. Well, let's see how that's changed within community.
Format is my favorite, which is easy and smooth to pick up. And it is easier for me to control the pickup amount. Now, I am going to apply the foundation. Hands are my born weapon. I don't have professional tools like my girlfriend. They are too complicated for me. So, when I select a foundation, easy to apply evenly by hands must be guaranteed. Drag. This is my usual process of wearing makeup. A simple and efficient way to achieve a natural and clean look is what I am looking for. Okay, done. Looks great. Oh, it's timing for the dating. See you.
Well, what a confident boy. And I believe he will have a wonderful dating, right? Yeah, as you have seen in the video, with this gamified context, our male consumer can naturally and proudly share here their makeup techniques, their preference, and the power of makeup in their lives. But to truly uncover the mysteries of male beauty, it takes more than just simply asking questions. It requires some creativity, a touch of psychology, and a whole lot of fun. So, give an example. Inspired by the Da Vinci Code, a film our community member really love, and I believe most of you also watched it before, right? So, for this activity, we create truly something unique, a puzzle-based activity, and think it as an interactive quest, uncovering the mysteries of male beauty. We ignite their curiosities and one puzzle mission at a time. And let's see what did we uncover step by step. We started with the basics, their current skin conditions, their concerns, and the very starting point of their makeup journey. Then we unlocked their aspirations, the ideal look, the magic they want to create. And from the aspiration to the reality, we dove into their current foundation routines, what works and what doesn't, and how it makes them feel. We didn't stop there. We went behind the scenes of their online shopping, their searches, their frustrations, and the path to the purchase. Finally, the ultimate power move, designing their dream foundation. They became the architects of their ideal product. And throughout this discovering journey, we tailored a range of interactive tools to facilitate rich and full expressions, from the selfies, vision boards, emojis, or the screen recording of the online shoppings, and even drawing. We have captured a holistic view of their engagement with the category. And the result? Remarkable. The men of humanity truly open up, share a wealth of insightful detail. It wasn't a one-off interaction. It sparked ongoing engagement. Our male consumers actively participate, building upon their initial posts to provide a richer and deeper perspective. Meanwhile, they also embrace diverse forms of expression. Selfies, vividly demonstrating their skin conditions. Due to some data privacy, I cannot show their handsome and confident face. But you can see the before and after makeup photo demonstrating the transformative power of makeup. And the video revealing their techniques, the emojis, they became a new language to share their emotional responses. And we can truly feel their connection with the product. And perhaps the most powerful output, their dream foundation designs. Actually, our male consumer really poured their hearts into designing their ideal product, providing us unparalleled insight of their unmet needs and desires. And all of this authentic insight giving us a holistic view of the male beauty experience, fueling our innovations and enabling us to create the product that truly resonate with men. So, humanity thrives by tapping into man's intrinsic motivation, the desire for belonging, the thrill of friendly competition, the opportunity to make a real impact, and the pleasure of recognition. And through gamification, we've built a space where men feel seen, heard, and empowered to define beauty on their own terms. And when people feel valued, they will contribute their best. Within humanity, we can recruit active participants in just 3 days. And our gamified design ensures high task completion rates. And this dynamic system has fueled the co-creation of 17 products, hundreds of activities, and the wealth of multimedia feedback, providing us invaluable insight of male beauty. So, we would like to say humanity has shown us the extraordinary power of generating engagement and consumer centricity. And the humanity is more than just a research project. It's a testament to L'Oreal's commitment to inclusivity and our mission, create the beauty that moves the world. So, let's continue the journey of discovery together. And thank you for joining me on this gamification adventure, and I hope it brings some inspiration for you to explore the possibility in your own work. And lastly, I would like to share my huge appreciation for our incredible partner, Ipsos China team, and thanks for their strong support on this project. Thank you. This is my sharing.
Excellent. A big congratulations. A very good community setup. Thank you. Yeah, setting up a community is not easy. I tried during the COVID time. You need to engage the consumer and make sure that they feel the passion. I really like the L'Oreal case because I think they feel that they own this community. They actively share with you what they really feel. Now, I want to turn to another topic. Since I mentioned yesterday, we talked a lot about the AI. What's the role between the AI and also the human accountability? So I want to invite Ram from Unilever today to talk about holding the AI to its promise to deliver the holistic and balanced outcome. Because this is very important as a company, we need to measure what kind of the outcome and how can we make sure that we have the optimized level of using the AI and also our human brain and intelligence. Ram, the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Good morning, everybody. So yesterday, there have been a lot of speakers who spoke about AI and its applications. And I think it's really refreshing that we're starting to see a lot more conversations about human-AI partnership, the fact that there is really nothing that AI can do unless it is augmented with kind of human intelligence. There were a lot of positive examples in terms of the outcomes that were so much more richer, so much faster in terms of the depth of the insight, et cetera. So a really, really kind of a positive narrative in terms of what a human-AI partnership can do. Now, I want to take a slightly more pessimistic view because I don't think we are there yet in terms of getting to really positive net outcomes. And I don't mean research studies and the insights that we uncover, but I mean the marketing decisions that are being made, and therefore, when we deploy our products, our communication, all of them into the market, we are not necessarily seeing positive outcomes, right? And I think there's a need for a more central role for people to take control back. And therefore, this kind of human accountability that is needed to make sure that the net outcomes are also positive. If you look at the journey of AI, there's obviously been kind of a roller coaster journey starting in sort of the 1950s when it was first conceptualized. It had intense periods of fantastic optimism when people thought AI is going to solve the world's problems. Then we had the AI winters when it was intense pessimism and funding and research kind of stopped in that area. Suffices to say that we are on an uptrend now again. So from the mid of 2015 with machine learning and kind of neural networks, and that approach gave it a strong boost. And then I think in November 2022, when ChatGPT launched, it's gotten another boost. And I think we are on that uptick in terms of intense optimism in terms of what AI can unlock for business. This is also seen in the fact that almost every company now seems to need to justify that they are investing in AI, right? So that's a chart that looks at the number of companies where they mention that they're investing in AI in their shareholder meetings. So that number is kind of going up. So that increased investment in AI is also coming at the cost of reducing humans. So there's a need for kind of fund that investment in AI with identifying efficiencies elsewhere. It's also kind of an important point that we are probably in an era where the value placed on human effort has never been lower and is getting even lower. So there's a depreciating value to what humans can bring to the narrative. But when we look at the net outcomes, they're not necessarily all positive. So the crisis of creativity was first talked about in 2018, and I think it's gotten worse since then, where even award-winning campaigns are delivering less business value, less business outcomes. And just imagine, those are going to be a small percentage of campaigns that are submitted for awards. Imagine the 98, 99% of campaigns that are actually made and deployed, and the impact that that's not having as a result of being less effective. Then there's the crisis of attention. I can also include, the crisis of kind of innovation failure rate. Irrespective of which source you look at, anywhere from 75 to 90% of innovations are failing. So net, I think the overall business outcomes are not necessarily positive. But then there's this entire optimism and focus that's happening on all of the tech developments, and therefore, how do we kind of bring together, this dissonance? How do we kind of get rid of that dissonance is where I wanted to, just put together some thoughts. So first, let's look at why we ended up where we ended up, and what's the reason that we are seeing this dissonance exist between optimism on the tech, but then less kind of business outcomes. And for that, I want to talk about a little bit about kind of the black box concept, which again was looked at in the field of cybernetics sometime around the Second World War, where they looked at communication within systems and kind of what causes communication to break down and so on. So a black box essentially is a system, and a system can be an organization, it can be a team, it can be an AI tool, anything where you cannot observe the workings of the system. Yeah? So it's a black box. So you can't see what goes on within the system. You can observe the input that goes into the system, and you can observe the output that comes out. And there's probably a feedback loop that helps you kind of readjust the the kind of the input. But the inner workings of the system are not visible. And most AI tools, as we know, are black boxes, right? Even the companies that have made the tools don't know how they work, right? OpenAI can't really tell you how ChatGPT kind of gives you an output based on a certain prompt, right? So we can see the prompt, we can see the output that it gives us. We can probably use that output as a feedback loop to make changes to the input that we're given, but necessarily the workings of the system are kind of unknown. Now, the other point in a black box is there's also been research to show that when teams are increasingly black box systems, there is a decline in human accountability, right? And what that means is because the decision is being made as part of a process, there's no real owner for that decision, right? And today, when I look at the role that AI research tools are playing in my marketing funnel, and I can have an AI validation tool at every single stage. For example, I can have an early stage idea tool to tell me which idea to progress to the next step. I can create a product concept that I can validate through an AI tool. I can have a product that I can validate with an AI tool. I can have a pack. I can have a communication that will launch it in market. All of them are validated by AI tools, which essentially means there is a decline in human accountability for the decisions that get made as a result of that. We are handing over accountability to the tool because we're saying the tool knows what it's doing, and therefore I'm going to take the outcome that the tool is giving me, and I'm going to progress my project through. And I think that's where the narrative is, and I think there is a need for us to kind of bring back human accountability into the process. So human accountability is needed to kind of make AI relevant again. And specifically in the case of, in a world of AI, I think human accountability comes down to bringing the focus back to decisions. I think there's too much of focus on the tools themselves, and we need to start with a focus on the decisions. Because as people, we know what decisions we are looking to drive, and more importantly, we also know what matters and why, right? And that should be the lens through which we evaluate the right tools usage. We need to be able to decide which tools to use, but more importantly, we need to know how to set that tool up for success, right? It's not just about integrating any tool into the system, but how do we integrate it so that it is set up for success, so that we get the right outcomes and it kind of leads to the right decisions. And there's also a focus, therefore, to say, there might be cases where we reimagine the use of a tool. There's an AI tool that is designed for this purpose. Can we reimagine its use as being better suited for something else? Now, how does that happen? It again happens only when we look at it from saying, what is the decision we are looking to drive, and therefore how we need to reimagine the use of the tool. Right? So in the paper, I've included a few different examples of different research stages where we could be reimagining the use of an AI tool and what does human accountability really mean in that context. I will talk about one example, which is all about creative development, so advertising, and how can AI tools be rethought of in the way to get us to better advertising outcomes in market. Now, advertising, essentially, is just a consumer-facing expression of a marketing intent. So a brand or a team, want to communicate something. They might have a new product, and they want to build awareness of that product. They might want to communicate superiority of the product. They want to communicate what the product has, what the product does. Whatever is that marketing intent, which is intended to then drive business growth, an ad is basically just a consumer-facing narrative. And when people watch the ad, they should be getting that marketing intent in whichever context they watch the ad. It could be a Facebook ad, it could be a YouTube ad, which you can skip in 5 seconds, TikTok ad, whatever. But ultimately, you are intended to get that message that the marketing team wants you to get. And all the creative choices that the team makes in making that ad is intended to deliver to that intent, right? So the choice of talent that they make, the visuals of the product that you show, the narrative structure, if it's a 15-second ad, what starts, and how does it start, what comes next, what progresses, do you have on-screen text to reinforce the message that you want to tell people? All of that is intended to do that one job, that you make the ad deliver to the marketing intent, right? And all ad testing, for me, is just about understanding, is there a gap between that intent and perception? What did the marketing team want to do and want to communicate, and what did people get? If there is alignment between the two, between the intent and the perception, the ad is a strong ad, it's going to deliver to the marketing intent, all good to go. If we find in research that there is a dissonance between the two, that there's a certain intention but people are not getting it, that's when we get into conversations around optimizing the ad to make it better to deliver to that intent. So that's just kind of ad testing, broadly, what the narrative is. Now let's look at a few AI tools in this space that are coming in and how we can start to relook at how we could be deploying them differently. So the first one is synthetic attention. So synthetic attention is nothing but, it's a model that's been built on millions of pieces of eye tracking studies. And essentially, similar to earlier eye tracking studies where we would have people sit and the webcam on the laptop would monitor where their eye gaze is going. Now we just get a predicted attention overlaid on any stimulus that we run through the tool. There is a gaze map, so you see the dark red part is where people are going to be, focusing attention when that frame is kind of going through. And it's basically a way just for us to kind of predict, where people might be paying attention when they are exposed to a certain piece of stimulus. Let's look at let's see, and this is earlier was only available for static. It's now also available for videos. So let's look at what it looks like in practice. So I'll first play the ad, which is just the ad itself.
สถาบันวิจัยพอนส์ใหม่ Pond's Age Miracle Serum ผสานส่วนผสมเพื่อผิวดูอ่อนเยาว์เป็น Textile Retinol บูสต์พลังช่วยฟื้นบำรุงผิว10ประการช่วยลดเลือนริ้วรอยจุดดำผิวดูเด้ง Pond's Miracles Happen.
So that was an ad launched in Thailand, I think, earlier this year. Just a new cream, Age Miracle. Now this is the video, the same video, but overlaid with synthetic attention. So you can then start to see, where would people be, where you actually paid attention when the ad was playing, right? Yeah, so it kind of goes quite quickly, but as a researcher, you can run it through a couple of times, and you can actually start to see where people are kind of paying attention. Now, I think the human accountability in this narrative is twofold. One is being clear on what is it you're trying to do. Two, what in the ad is intended to deliver to that intent. And then finally, is the synthetic attention telling you that people are going to be focusing on things that are important, right? So ultimately, you're looking to see, is there evidence of meaningful attention? Meaningful attention being there is attention on the things that are going to help us land the marketing intent, right? So what is or what is not noticed as the ad was playing, and the kind of the synthetic attention was kind of overlaid. So ultimately, it comes down to saying, what can we infer to make creatives better with this tool, right? So for example, if I look at the top left-hand screenshot, you see very low attention on the words. I think it's because of the color contrast between the words and the background. So white text with some white color on the background, it's not going to be that attention catching. There's little too many elements on the ad on the bottom, because there's now competing kind of visual clusters where people are going to be splitting their attention. The two on the right are probably better examples. So your text is kind of front and center, clearly visible. Your product is front and center. So again, these are all ways in which we could start to think about making small changes that then makes the ad that much better by the time it actually gets ready for consumer testing. So that's one example of looking at a synthetic AI solution, but kind of reimagining it in terms of what it could be doing to answer a question, which is how do we get to better advertising that delivers to the intent. The second example is AI summary of videos. So today there are Gen AI tools where we can upload a video and the AI would summarize what it heard, well, not what it heard, but but what was there in the audio component of that video, and what is there in the video component of that video. So what would somebody see and what would somebody hear is basically what an AI would kind of summarize it. Now this tool, its original use case was in the space of accessibility, right? Because increasingly we are starting to create audio descriptors of our content. So someone with visual challenges can play that audio descriptor, and there'll be a narrative that will then talk about what they are actually, what's actually happening. So in an ad could be along the lines of you see a person walking down the street, it's a bright sunny day, he's eating an ice cream, so on and so forth, and the whole ad plays out. But that can be described, that can be talked about, so that someone with visual challenges can understand what's happening. Now the question is, what does this have to do with, how do we get to better creatives? Like how do I use this tool as a way to understand if an ad is going to deliver to a marketing intent? Now, very simply, one of the use cases is in just early stage creative evaluation, where I compare what the marketing team's intent is with the AI summary. Right? So if the marketing team tells me, this ad shows, something, there's a certain context, this is how it's kind of playing out, it's a home environment, there's a mom, she's cooking in the kitchen, and she uses this product to make the food more tasty and her children enjoy it. There's a certain sequence of the story that the team have decided to kind of land that messaging. We want to see whether the AI summary captures those nuances. Right? And because if the AI is not able to perceive those details, why would any person do when they're watching the ad? So that you can start to, an early stage, kind of capture some of those differences. You can start to make some of those changes, run it through the tool again, see if the tool is picking up those changes before we then go into actual consumer testing. Right? And then you can obviously get the actual responses from the consumers. In that sense, you're already making the ad that much better before you even get into kind of full testing. The other use case is in actual testing to use this Gen AI summary as a synthetic consumer verbatim. Right? So when I test an ad with people, we do, obviously there's a quantitative part of it. So we have a battery of questions. We ask them, did you enjoy the ad? What message did you take out from the ad, et cetera, et cetera. But then there's also a qualitative component of an open-ended story playback where we tell people, can you just tell me what you saw? And in many ways, that open-ended story playback is a very rich data source to answer the why behind the quantitative metrics. So if we find low message recall, from a quant perspective, the open-ended story playback is a great way to say why that happened. And because when you then see a very simple narrative playback, when you find that people haven't really understood, some of the nuances that we had intended in the ad, all of that is a rich tapestry to help answer the why behind the quantitative metrics. Today, if we don't have the luxury of doing an open-ended playback because it is more expensive, it is more time-consuming, we could just do the quant part and use the AI summary as a consumer verbatim, and again, use that as a way to kind of answer the why behind the quantitative metrics. So again, this is one example where we kind of reimagined, the use of an AI tool, but it fundamentally starts by saying, what is it that we are trying to change, right? We're trying to get to an earlier understanding of how our ads perform. We want to kind of make sure that we are setting up the ad for success before it goes into actual testing, and therefore we are improving the success rate of our testing as well, and therefore just making the process more efficient in terms of a cost perspective, but also the number of iterations kind of reduce because you're already getting to a much stronger place before your ad actually goes into testing. Yeah. So those were a couple of examples. There are a few more in the full paper in terms of other use cases of reimagining kind of AI tools. So in summary, I think I really believe that the pace of tech evolution is far exceeding our ability to make decisions. I mean, I don't think I have fully maximized the original free ChatGPT that came out in November 2022, and I think we are already like 3 versions ahead, right? The latest one is ChatGPT 4.0 with some billion tokens, and I don't even know what the meaning of that billion tokens is. The free version I thought was a big delta shift in terms of what we could do, and by the time you start to just get used to that, and the organization is starting to get used to a tool, I think the pace of tech is then accelerating even forward. And I think we are struggling to kind of really try and understand what does it really mean with all of these changes, and is there a material impact to what we can do with it in terms of our decision making. So that's one. And I think the challenge is not in the data or in the models or the tools, because the discussion only seems to be on how much more data can we get, or can I make my tool better? Yeah, I don't think it's about the data or the tools, but I think it's about how we can better integrate those tools into our decision making. And I think the focus kind of needs to shift from the tools, onto kind of, decision making. Because again, like I said, we need to bring the narrative on, what matters and why, and kind of keep that, kind of constant, within the entire, decision making process. I also feel that this uptick that we are seeing from the adoption of AI is purely efficiency-led, right? It's purely a faster, cheaper, humans not needed, kind of a narrative. So the accountability is being passed on to machines. At some point, it's going to plateau. And then, the next uptick from there is only come when it's human accountability that comes to bear. And as humans, we need to kind of be able to kind of balance dualities. We need to ask to make sure that it's both efficiency and effectiveness. It's not just generative, but it's also creative, right? And I think it's the and where we need to kind of be able to bring the conversation back to. And I'll leave you with a last quote, which is, approach to AI should be to better understand what makes us human. And I think that's the only way that we are going to really unlock, the value that we are going to see from all of the tech advances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can't disagree more that, decision making is very important. I think at the end, we are selling our service, our product to human beings. It's not selling to the AI. So as a marketeers, definitely, this is one thing we need to always remember. The human accountability is one of the very important elements. So may I also invite Ying and Colin to come to the stage. I want to open this floor for questions in case you have any questions want to ask our presenter. Any question?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great presentations. Ram, could I ask you a question first? You were saying that traditionally 7 or 8 out of 10 products actually fail, or new products fail. So that's been the traditional idea that we've had. So surely AI, to find out whether it's a success, will tell us, we'll soon find out whether products are still failing, even with the additional input from AI. So do you think we have any leads in that direction at the moment?
I mean, I think most products are failing because at a fundamental level, I think we don't clearly define what problem it's going to solve, right? So is there an insight that clearly justifies? Okay, there's 100 brands of soap on the shelf. I mean, why should Unilever launch another soap? I think that question, most times is not critically answered, and sometimes we don't make the tough choice of saying we don't need another soap, for example, right? And my challenge with some of these AI tools as well is a lot of them are built on what has been tested in the past, and therefore we are looking at the past to kind of predict the future, which is definitely needed in terms of, I think, the final stage validation, and therefore will it be successful and what elements will make it successful and so on. But at the fundamental level, is there a core need for that product? I think has to come from a more holistic understanding where, we then are thinking about people more holistically. I think was it the Colgate example where you're not just looking at their brushing habits, but you're looking at their entire, them as people. I think some of those narratives, I think, still need to be kind of human-led. And I think, the AI can definitely give me the final validation very quickly, but have I designed it to be successful to begin with, I think is where the human element needs to come in.
Hi, I'm Praveen Shekhar from India. Now I'm picking something that Ram said, and the question is for Colleen. Ram spoke about the crisis of attention, and my question to you is your point number 3, that single questions will not uncover effective states. In a single instance, yes, but what if there could be several single questions asked over a period of time, Colleen? Do you think that is going to help us understand the emotional state slightly better?
Several is better than one, yes, definitely. I think, but it's also the language that we use. We do tend to revert either to vocabulary, you know, are you happy, are you sad, are you frustrated? So it's actually very limited. If you look at Plutek's emotional wheel, there are hundreds of thousands of words, and most people use about 7. So it's very limited if we're just asking word questions. We know that universal faces don't work. So, you know, that's not no longer really on a good tool for us to use. It's no longer on our agenda. So, yes, multiple questions, but they do have to allow people to express themselves in multiple ways. It might be about how your body feels. You know, we know how brains work these days, so we know that we don't necessarily have access to the feelings to be able to articulate them, but we nevertheless feel them. People also don't like to be contradictory, so they won't say to you, I'm happy and sad. They'll go, happy, that makes me sound consistent, rather than, oh, and I'm also sad. So I think multiple questions can do it, but I think multiple expressions is really what we need to get to be able to really decipher and unpick those.
And this question, too.
Hi, lovely presentations from you guys. This is Raji from India. My question is for Ram on the aspect of accountability. I found it particularly intriguing. So as a consumer, if I'm trying to talk to a giant monolith like Amazon and something that I ordered didn't get delivered, I'm not able to get to that accountability. So would you say that there is a similar sort of pattern happening either on the agency side or the client side? Is there a decreasing appetite for accountability overall?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a decrease in appetite for accountability, or is it just the fact that the systems are getting built in manners where, and I think in the field of cybernetics, they call this as accountability sinks. So there are areas where accountability just drops, and it's not by design, but it's just that the systems are built in a certain way that accountability sinks just happen. And I think the more, kind of black box systems, the more we are reliant on, no touch, systems, I think the more there's going to be, a drop in, human accountability. And I think the more we are cognizant that that's happening, and we can try and kind of mitigate that as much as we can, I think the overall net outcomes would then be more positive.
Any techniques that you're using internally at the client end to stop those lapses?
From a research perspective, it's purely getting back to saying what's the decision we are looking to drive. I mean, as a research user, like we get to see so many research tools from different partners, and the question is, how do I? And not to be provocative, but I don't think it's about quality anymore. I think most tools are fit for purpose. The question becomes, how are we able to integrate that into the Unilever system to drive better decision making, and how seamless that can happen, and can it work with our existing systems? It reduces friction. That becomes the criteria to be able to kind of look at it. And I think that's where, again, the human insight person kind of needs to bring that business lens, the reality of the decision you're looking to drive, and which tool therefore kind of fits in with that thinking.
Thank you.
Morning. My question is for Ying Hu. I'm Rhea from Cantor, Philippines. Thanks so much for sharing your learnings on the men's cosmetic study. I'm just curious about whether there are challenges that you experienced along the way when you were doing the research. Were there terminations or substitutions along the way for men to realize that they cannot actually overcome the stigma or anxiety? Reason why I'm asking is also they're doing something for the Philippines, but this is really more for skincare. So I just want to get inspiration from you on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think for these questions, at the very beginning, the key challenge is we think men, particularly under this kind of the makeup category, maybe it's very difficult for them to open themselves to express their experience. And also, we think men maybe not very talkative, especially for this kind of sensorial expressions. So for this project, what we did, definitely we combine some traditional way and versus plus this kind of the digital space. We also do some workshop with the men to explore what kind of the topic they interest, and also like you, as I have shared at in the slides, we during this community, we firstly let them to immerse themselves to share, start with some topic they more interest and they more familiar from their daily lives. Then we integrate the makeup into the topics they familiar to help them to open themselves to express more vividly. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to ask. I'm Martin from Indonesia. I want to ask to Inhu about the community. Yeah, again, what is the downfall of the project that you are facing, and then maybe you can share also how to make sure that the gamification is running well, and another thing is for the final, because you know men are different, right? There are more active, yeah. There are segments in men, like workers, like office workers is different than athletes or more active person. How you differentiate between those segments and put them into the community? Thank you.
Yeah, actually, for this project, our key objective, because I think we still need to more focus on our project objective and also the business goal. Definitely, we would like to more target more mainstream consumers who show some interesting on the makeup, or they just enter this category. And I remember yesterday a study shared by Human Aid. They also involved some game changer. Definitely for this project, we also involve some very sophisticated men, but the percentage is very small. But their role is kind of to ignite this kind of the creativity and this discussion in this community, and we to build a more vibrant discussion in this study. So it still depends how the objective of your project and the business go.
Very good. All right, I think we have quite a lot of good questions. May I also ask you to give a big applause to our presenter? Thank you very much. Very good presentation. So now, I also like to invite our sponsor to come to the stage. I want to bring Oscar and Art from Question Poll. I think Question Poll is a company provide a full range of research tool, from basic, advanced, even the employee engagement. So I pass the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tony.
Thank you.
And thank you very much to the speakers. Great presentations. Good morning, everybody. Well, there you are. So my name is Oscar Mora. I'm the Managing Director of ANC and APAC. Yes, we split it as 2 different territories. And this is...
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Art. I'm based here in Thailand. I'm Thai-British from the UK. Been in Thailand for 7 years. Welcome to Thailand. Very nice to meet everyone.
Great. Yeah, and as Tony mentioned, we are an experience management platform. So we cover the 3 pillars. 1, research, basic survey tool, CX or customer experience, system and integration, and employee engagement on employee experience, and we bring all those into one piece. We were talking about humanizing the experience, and we're talking about AI, and I just wanted to actually just acknowledge and recognize the team that is behind. We are the ones presenting here, but there's some of the members of the team that make it all happen. And that is really crucial that we don't lose track of that, because in all of organizations and clients, these are the guys that actually make that happen.
We ran the Myers-Briggs 16 personality survey. Well, we got our team to do it here in APAC, and the predominant character type that came out within the team was the protagonist, which means that we are a group of people who are willing, able, optimistic, looking to help people out. And overall, the whole group is quite well balanced. If you've done the Myers-Briggs or 16 personalities, you know that they score you between two extremes, so introvert, extrovert, etc. And our team comes out roughly 50, 60% on most of it, which should mean we're quite good with nearly everyone. Yeah.
And yeah, that's true, Art. And then we follow on the growth mentality, and then we are in this stream about innovation, creativity, emotions, and connection. And then we believe on those, like innovation, creativity, and connection. And we want to leave you with two quotes. One is from Salim Ismail, where you can read it from there, is the minute that the metabolism of your company is slower than the outside world, you're dead. Just the question is when. So we are in the creativity innovation, we do research, we help companies. So then just keep reminding them about that, right? We talk about, Ram mentioned about like some silos and that connectivity within different teams in organizations, they're not fluid. So let's try to bring that and centralize what we do in the conversation. And the other one is by Peter F. Drucker. If you haven't heard of him, I'll recommend you to actually just read that book. Is you don't have to change, and we don't, just survival is optional, right? So with that, it's just let's spark and ignite what we can do and how we can bring new technology and new alternative technology to the things that we do.
For this quotation, we have a free giveaway to anyone. Free giveaway? Yep.
Yes.
Yep. An NBA Michael Jordan logo Question Pro hat, free giveaway if you know who said this. An intelligent person. You would know him. Historically very intelligent. Feel free to shout it out. Anyone?
Come on, guys.
Who's the most famous scientist that you know? Okay, who said it first? Okay.
Who said it first? There
Yeah,
you
we're
are.
going
So
there.
then we
Well
just
done.
show you that. That is good. And the point that we're trying to make is like we all have imposter syndrome. If Albert Einstein actually had an imposter syndrome, we all do, and we know that. It's just how do we help our clients and our team members to actually just overcome that imposter syndrome. And in the way that we do it is we translate it with learned terms. And it's, I don't know what I'm doing. It's only a matter of time before I find it out. We just change that with only 3 words. And it's, I don't know what I'm doing yet. It's only a matter of time before I figure it out. And as researchers, that is sort of the mentality module that we want to actually implement in all teams. So then we're all creative. And then we bring that spike, ignite decision.
Because we are Question Pro, I'm going to get everyone to just answer one question. So if you can get your mobile phones out, everyone, mobile phones in hand. On the left side, if you could scan the lower QR code. On the right side, if you could scan the higher, the top one. It's just one question. It's not a 300 question survey. It's just one question. So, and then I think Oscar and myself will be sharing the results later on. But this,
and that is for us all to debate, right? Within our teams and organizations as well, right? Is do we actually have something in place? Do we know what the DNA of our organization, or the DNA of organization of our clients actually they think about innovation and if actually they're resilient or not? And we would try to show the results. I think that actually we got more than 30 seconds there. And Maurice, please. Beautiful. So these are some of the results, right? And then if probably we can discuss in the network break or later on about your results and how you can actually implement the same set of questions within your teams. More than happy actually just to share that template to you. Thanks, Maurice. And we actually survey 906 executives, CIOs and CISOs in Australia. And part of the top 3 topics that actually they were relevant is they're optimizing cost and creating and driving organization. And Ram mentioned it early on, there is the connectivity and that black box, and then that syncage that is not happening within the insights. And we can provide a lot of recommendations to businesses, but we need to actually try to help them bring that together. And I think that AI is a fantastic thing for us to start like helping on that movement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And bringing innovation through connections, many ways to look at it. One of the ways is something which is being studied more in AI research at the moment. More companies are coming out with a basis in this idea of swarm intelligence. Now, swarm intelligence is decentralized intelligence, whereby the individual members have a very simple code. For example, this school of fish, their code might be to stay within a few centimeters of the next closest fish. Now, that simple decentralized rules creates emergent behavior, and this kind of system is seen all through the natural world. This slide is borrowed from an AI organization, but using this kind of simple decentralized system, you can actually create lots of innovative solutions. If we're just talking about this particular school of fish, if they're trying to survive against predators like sharks, you've seen those videos where the shark comes, and if the shark wants to attack this swarm, then it will. It might not, because the swarm is so big, so that's, we've already saved ourselves some energy there. But when the shark does attack, the swarm of fish kind of like separates and then regroups behind the shark. So just simple instructions creates innovative solutions to, in this case, life-threatening scenarios. So what can we learn from this?
Yeah, and by the way, we Question Pro, we're not saying stop doing the voting, still doing the polls, still doing the surveys, keep doing them, right? We benefit from that. It's just that how do we actually start implementing systems? So then we can actually start like implementing systems and then bring them into a more online qualitative setting where we can actually start talking. And I think that Dave actually talked about like big data yesterday, that nobody actually is using big data, right? Now the next trend is big qual, and artificial intelligence is actually helping us to do just that big qual on bringing different groups and different silos of different groups and then bring that communication to interact among themselves about that particular topic of interest within the groups.
So as Oscar explained, you can create a more rich intelligence by connecting the different groups together. And this is a dashboard view of, I think there are about 23 small groups, between 5 to 10 people in each group. They're having a conversation about what brands they feel are the most innovative. And then where there are interesting data points, it can be shared with a separate group in order to facilitate discussions in that separate group as well. And by doing so, you create more rich data, more rich conversations by using the intelligence of the many, not just the few. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, brilliant. And just a sneak peek of the moderator and the way that you will be able just to see it. And then conscious of time, and I don't want to actually disrupt you from the network. And then Amy actually just started like flagging me there. Before we go to the break.
Yeah, we just want to leave you with 3 parting thoughts. Get to know your teams. That's how connections and innovations can happen.
Assess if the organization is ready and your clients are ready to bring that innovation and change.
And with that innovation, you can experiment and bring alternative solutions to problems within the organization.
Brilliant. And so thank you very much, everybody. And then just the one last thing, where energy goes, or where the intention goes, energy flows. So if you want to support, like we are running Movember, if you are familiar with Movember, and normally don't look like that, doesn't look like that either. He's been growing that more for 3 months already, trying to catch up. So you can actually just promote and then help that organization and the Thai Child Development Foundation as well. If you would like to actually just donate, that would be much appreciated, and you can contact us and scan us with the QR code. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Wow, I think we have already 3 presentations and also the sponsor time. Now is a housekeeping. So this time for networking break, you can do this in the exhibition hall. And please don't forget to share the whatever photo or some kind of the learning on your social media using hashtag Esomar APEC 24. And the section will begin on both stages at 11:30 10, right? 11:10. So see you back then. Thank you.
The Thai Child Development Foundation is dedicated to creating a sustainable future for underprivileged children and their communities. At the heart of TCDF's sustainability efforts is their Food Forest Farm, which serves as an organic farm and a circular economy learning center. Students learn to grow their own food, harvest it sustainably, and even sell the produce in the farm to Fork Restaurant. The Social Impact Shop, an income-generating project, provides fair jobs for young adults with disabilities and supports TCDF's occupational training and special needs school programs. To further their impact, TCDF partners with Ecologic Thailand, a holiday for charity program, where your stay supports the foundation's initiatives. While vacationing at Ecologic Thailand, you'll enjoy a unique and sustainable experience, from hands-on organic farming to learning about circular economy principles and attending environmental awareness workshops. With opportunities to volunteer and participate in educational programs, you'll make a difference while creating unforgettable memories. By supporting TCDF's sustainable efforts, you contribute to a better future for underprivileged children, their families, and the environment. Join us today in creating lasting change. Visit our website or get in touch to learn more about how you can support TCDF's sustainability initiatives.
welcome back, everybody. Welcome to the second session for the day, Nudging the Digital and Physical Shopper Experience. My name is Karen Reyes. I lead Consumer and Market Insights for Universal Rubina Corporation, based out of the Philippines. We're the leading snack foods manufacturer in the market, but we're also a key player in snacks, bakery, beverages in markets across the region. So I will be guiding you through today's shopper session. Now, I know that shopper research is not exactly the sexiest there is, but it is actually the closest one to my heart, because this is where the rubber meets the road, and this is where we see all the work turning into sales. So this session, we're actually standing between you and your lunch, a tough place. So we'll start with the first presentation, Nudging Digital Shoppers in the Future. So we have Sophie of PRS in Vivo and Amalina of BVA Nudge, who will help us navigate the e-commerce of tomorrow by looking at the behaviors on Chinese and Western platforms for inspiration. Sophie, Amalina.
Good morning, everybody.
Almost afternoon.
Even. Okay. So we're going to start. Just like before we start, we wanted to to have like a quick introduction about like the reason why we are here today. The reason why we are here today is just like because like if you look at Southeast Asia, we are using both of the model. We're using Chinese model and we are using Western model. And based on that, we wanted to understand like what was interesting in both model to build our marketing strategy on e-commerce platform. I'm Sophie, I'm French. I'm going to be speaking a lot about China.
And I'm Amalina, I'm Singaporean, but I'll be talking about the Western model. So let's start with some numbers. So in our recent global shopper survey we did in 2023, we realized that 85% of the Western e-commerce shoppers are mainly buying from their lists and registries. And this is actually because of the functions of the e-commerce, where there are functions like wish list, subscription models, and this further reinforces the habits of the shoppers. And by having all these functions, shoppers are able to ease their mental load, and further, this will help them with their shopping habit.
When we're talking about China, the model is structured around like e-commerce, and the behavior in China is more like about like discovery and exploration. You have like example about like a video that is running here. We are not only looking at one channel, we are looking at everything. So the challenge is a little bit more complex and a little bit more straightforward. Actually, just before we start talking about like China, okay, we need to understand like, that actually the e-commerce ecosystem is really vast and not really limited to a traditional e-commerce platform. We have like some like social app, we have some e-commerce app, we have some O2O platform, we have like some specialized shopping app, and all of them have like a different kind of way of working. On the next one, we are showing like a little bit more example of that. The first video that you see here is really about like e-commerce Bilibili entertainment platform, and from the app you can straight connect it to Taobao, and so that means like we are going for shopping based on social activity. Then you have like the second example that is coming from a sport application. We can have like some example about like the sport gym that you can do, directly connected to all the clothes that you can buy, but also like the product, the protein product and everything that you can buy. Same with pregnancy and same with every opportunity. So everything that we can do like as a leisure, entertainment, bring to purchase. What we know is that like, we are spending a lot of time in China on the mobile, and that's so that means like every digital interaction is a way to create e-commerce opportunity.
So we see that the shopper's mindset is different, so the platform itself needs to be very different as well. And what you probably would know already for the Western model, it's the search part is the priority when you use these apps, and it's a lot of the focus is on the pack, as well. The visual is very, very clean. Unlike in China.
Sorry. China? Is it for me? Okay. I was dreaming of something else. China is exploration, entertainment. I'm not going to talk so much about China right now because I'm going to have like another things to explain, but like just fun is the right word.
So for today, what we're really showing you is the path to purchase for whether it's online or offline. And then we start with discovery, purchase, repurchase, before we reach to advocacy, and the loop repeats. And here we are trying to highlight a few behavior science principles that you can use for each phase that you can then move, help the shoppers to move to the next step. But today, we're only going to be focused on the first two, discovery and purchase.
If you start with discovery, it's all about getting attention and nudging the click. It's really enticing. If we compare like the two models about like how does it work, we have like always like a comparison. I'm French. I know the way it works in the Western model, and we have like the e-commerce platform are often like a duplication of like the old-fashioned supermarket. So in the way we compare that is that it's a bit like a restaurant menu. You have like everything that is really starter, main dish, and you know exactly where you go, and you go straight to the point that you go. In Singapore, we are like next to our office. We have like a Don Don Donki store. I don't know if you've been to Don Don Donki if you're not from around, but like Don Don Donki is all about like everywhere. You have like a flag and fun everywhere. You have like a song. You have like the everything is like really noisy around, and we see like some of the time when we look at like the Chinese e-commerce platform and all the ecosystem around that, we feel like it's a bit like the comparison with the Don Don Donki store compared to the old-fashioned menu set in Western world.
So now, if we talk about the Western countries, the performance of the e-commerce platform is highly linked to the search ranking, right? And here are three fundamental ways for us to boost your ranking. Brands ranking, actually. So the first step is organically, we can use search engine optimization, and then we, of course, can do retail media advertising. And once we got the attention, we need to make sure that we optimize your hero block to be able to get the click. So what you see here, when you're scrolling to a Western platform, the first few listings that you see are all sponsored. You have to scroll quite a bit before you reach a non-sponsored ad. So what does this mean? It means that brands do need to invest to be able to be visible because it's starting to become a pay-to-play platform. But being visible is not enough. So what we know is that brand marketers tend to focus on the analytic performance of the ads, but content is equally important. In fact, it contributes to 50% of the performance of the ad. So brands need to be able to use system one visuals to help with the shoppers to be able to trigger their category drivers. So these are great examples of how these brands are using the category drivers to make it easier for the shoppers to understand the product. And of course, we can't not talk about AI, because in the last year, especially in the last year, we've seen a lot of new AI functions in e-commerce platform, whether that's multi-category search, where you can say, I'm looking for snacks for a party, and then you'll be able to find drinks, your snacks, and everything related to a party. Or you can use your AI chat function. And also the image search, which actually in China has already been around for quite some time. So the platforms are changing, the search patterns are changing, and the search behaviors of the users are also changing. So what this means for the brands, they need to also evolve and change according to all the platforms and the functions.
when we think about like China, I was saying at the beginning that we have like a number of opportunity of doing social commerce by e-commerce platforms, social media, and everything that is like really huge. So that means like the challenge is about like for the retailer is to keep the shopper and to convert them to make sure that they are staying as long as possible. In a way, you need to work, you need to adapt as a retailer, the strategy based on the job to be done. The job to be done is to really to understand for each of those social or e-commerce platform what the shopper are looking for. You need to adapt your strategy to the job to be done of the channel. But at the same time, as a brand, you need to understand like, what is the job to be done of your category and to adapt your strategy to the job to be done of the channel and your category. It's a lot of job to be done here, but that's the way to ensure that everything is fine. So this is an example coming like from a really functional category. We like this one. This is toilet paper. This is a thumbnail from the platform, and you will see like we are like on a really traditional e-commerce platform, probably Tmall. We are focusing on the price, the quantity, and the way we are putting the information in there is really about like making sure that people know that they're going to have the product they want at the right time. The job to be done of e-commerce platform, traditional e-commerce platform, is really about functionality. I'm looking for price, convenience, and fastness. So this is not the place to have fun. If we go for the next example, it's about like, we have like the left part that is the Coca-Cola Oreo co-branding that was like first launched on social media platform. This is an example coming from the Little Red Book, and create like a big like a fear of missing out. So when the product was launched, everybody was connecting already on Little Red Book to connect with the purchase. The example on the right side is really interesting. So I'm going to ask, like, for the people who are not speaking Chinese, what do you think is the product on the right, on the left side? Any idea? It's toothpaste. Yeah, congrats. You know the brand, or? we had yesterday the presentation from Colgate, and they were talking about like really engagement, smile, technicity. We are on a product that is available on social media. The target on social media is more like a young Gen Z, Gen Alpha. What they are looking for fun. They don't care about the technology. They don't care about the smile. They want to have like something that is exciting. This is a brand that was launched exclusively on social commerce, and that really use all the code of the platform to make like something completely disruptive on the category. And it was creating like a little bit of buzz in China. We are always talking about fun. Fun is really there to activate a little bit the purchase. I was talking about Don Donkey, saying like we have like information everywhere. These are two examples of live streaming and the way we are getting the information. Shopping entertainment are the key to make sure that shoppers are here, are getting the product they are looking for, and they are making fun.
So now let's trigger the click that we got the attention already. First of all, we all know the classic GS1 guidelines that every brand should follow when listing on e-commerce. But there are more than that. What brands are realizing today is that you can optimize the full space of the hero block, not just the image. And you can share information immediately, what the shoppers want to know, whether that is the format, the variant, the size. And this helps shoppers to be able to see your product in 0.5 seconds, unlike in the retail store where you have a bit less control of that information that's being forwarded immediately. And of course, beyond the visual itself, you can retailers are playing with a lot of other information that are actually all behavior science principles. So we look at, for example, having the information that 3,000 shoppers have repurchased your product, which really give assurance to the shoppers. And you can also play with other cues like reinforcing scarcity and so on. And to further maximize its impact, you need to leverage other ways of behavioral science principles. For example, the first one, you can always do A/B testing to make sure that you are testing real behaviors. Secondly, you can create more saliency in your purchase drivers. And lastly, you can use nowadays a lot of AI analytics to do pre-testing to make sure that your shoppers are seeing the right information on your pack.
In China, we adapt. China is always like more adaptive. So it is like the way we are selling the product is not the packaging, it's a communication platform. So we are having like the right communication on the thumbnail, we are going to the product page, and the product page needs to communicate the right message at the right time. So this is an example from a brand that is really important for me and my cat, Shiba. And we are like on a flagship store. We are starting with the brand. We make sure that we have like the unique benefit. We make sure that we are also connecting with what people are looking for, is like quantity. And we always bring that with discount and price.
So now let's look at phase 2, the purchase, the second phase of the path to purchase. And in what we see, yes, we have 5 minutes left, so we're going to try to make it quick. So what we see is the evolution of the digital shelf, how we've moved from boring, static images that retailers are putting up, and these retailers don't really know the user's behavior, to now a world of rich, diverse, sensorial content. Right? And in fact, this is really helping with the shopping experience of the users. In fact, more now online than offline.
I was saying that we are using the first video, this one. Okay, we are using the product page as being like a communication platform. We are using the visual to make like the product like being like a super product, superhero of your communication. The pasta example on the right side is really interesting because like the percentage of people eating pasta in China is really like little, and most of the time they are afraid not to eat pasta because it's too complicated to do. So by having like a video that is explaining that actually it's really easy, that makes like you break like the barrier for purchase. So you make the product easy and everything can do it, and it's probably good because it's associated with a chef. On the example for Oreo is really more like about like something about like how to make like a superhero for my new product, making like a lot of emphasis about like everything about the ingredient, about the food, about everything. At the same time, when we are looking at the China platform, we know that we have to leverage social information. The social proof will be the way to justify that your product is amazing. So it will be like by the number of sales and by the comment that you have on each of the products. Sorry.
So there are many ways that we can use behavior science to create shortcuts. We see shortcuts in discovery and the purchase. And here are just some quick examples. We have more in the paper if you would like to find out more. So we have smart bundling, for example, putting together items that people will consume together. For example, for breakfast, or partnership with complementary products. Here we have a non-dairy milk that is really trying to fit in the job to be done of the category breakfast, and also targeted sampling where you can actually target now because you have so much information about the customer, about the way that they purchase, and you can actually do targeted sampling based on the way that they shop, the behaviors of their shopping.
If you look at the example from China, sales, fun, and easiness. The first example is about like you connect quickly with flash sales, that you get the right click at the right moment. The recipe pairing is really interesting. You are looking for like this is some people who are looking for like a smoothie with Oreo. You can buy directly the ingredient by the platform by connecting all of them, and they are delivery at your door probably in 30 minutes. Gamification, we talked about it already, and the do-it-yourself, we see that we have this trend on offline, but we also use it as like an online platform. At the end of the day, we have like 2 minutes, good. At the end of the day, talking about like e-commerce in China and Western model, what we know is that like actually there are like a more and more connectivity with the two model, and if you look at Asia, we have more and more reason to believe in that. And what we need to remember is that like, it's really important to embrace ecosystem, in each ecosystem job to be done, to make sure that you have like the right link with your consumer. You need to play. You need to play to increase the brand engagement and enjoyment. You need to facilitate shopper experience by the new tool. I'm not going to talk about AI. We need to nail the perfect visual to make sure that you are like seducing. You always have to seduce your buyers, and you need to follow how it will change, how the new model will change, because like there are more and more influence of the two models, Western and US and Chinese.
So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, and because like we are like in the digital generation, we're going to take a picture of all of you. So please smile. Oh, sorry. Yep. Amelina?
No,
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, I get it. Merci.
And that's not Sophie in the pack, all right?
Huh?
That's not Sophie in the pack.
Oh, yes, that's not me in the pack. But I wish.
So thank you, Sophie and Ameline, for collating all of this for us. It very much depicts the explosion of e-commerce. But what we have next is actually a paper that harnesses qualitative techniques to predict changing alcoholic beverage behaviors in digital millennials. So Raji, Vox Populi, and Nupur of MMR Research will be sharing with us how they used phenomenology to unearth insights and reveal emerging trends in the alcobev industry to navigate the future of socializing. So Raji and Nupur?
Hi everyone, I'm Raji Ponala, and today we're going to talk about how phenomenology can really add value to research studies. This is an approach that can really get in depth into the human experience so that we can get deeper insights than the regular research that we do. So very simple table of contents, the context, method, and findings is what we're going to take you through. So there was an interesting context to this study. The South Asian countries are going through quite a lot of change, moving from a traditional collectivism to modernity, which we typify as Western culture and aspirations. And these two generations, the millennials and the Gen Z, are kind of spearheading this change, but at the same time, they're also facing all the instability that comes with it. So millennials grew up at a time of liberalization in India, and therefore they are strongly driven by this Western culture and aspirations. Gen Z, on the other hand, are digital natives, and they grew up with a lot more instability of rising unemployment and the COVID pandemic. So there is a push and pull between the need to be cosmopolitan and also at the same time pay respects to the indigenous identity revival or local pride. So these segments are facing interesting consumer tensions, and we wanted to find out how they are socializing differently now for our AlcoBev client. So one big change is that people are spending more time online given the pandemic and social media. And the big question for our client was, if people are spending more time online and not meeting each other so much in a country where alcohol consumption is socially driven, does that mean people will drink less in the medium to short term? There was another sort of complexity layer on top of this, that alcohol consumption, despite the opening up in India, is still shrouded in a bit of secrecy, the purchase and consumption of it out of respect for elders. And the third, more interesting complexity on this was that there are a lot of preconceived notions about these two generations, and we wanted to move beyond that because we know stereotypes are quite unhelpful. So these two generations have become interesting to marketers because Gen Z is joining the workforce for the first time, and the millennials are becoming more affluent. So they're the targets of brands, but often misunderstood because of all the judgmental sort of feelings about them. And Yvette Cordy also talked about how we need to suspend judgment. So we have Simon Sinek, who talked about an inspirational speaker who spoke about millennials being entitled, narcissistic, lazy, unfocused, and self-interested. That's how they're perceived at work. Gen Z have sort of similar allegations made against them, and we really wanted to move beyond these stereotypes and to come up with a much more open and sensitive research method. So we used phenomenology, which is a philosophical framework, and unlike other research methods that are driven by the researcher's expertise and analysis, here a lot of meaning making is given up to the respondent as well. So the main source of descriptive information and some part of the analysis is on the respondent. And the researcher adds on to the analysis on top of that. So how do we do it? So at the heart of phenomenology is a collaboration between the researcher and the respondent. So there's a reflection on the part of the researcher on their own biases. Usually there's a hierarchical relationship between the researcher and the respondent, where the latter are sort of subjects of research. But here we level the playing field and we empower the respondents. They become co-creators of meaning. So their own reflection on their experiences and the meanings and narratives become very important. So to implement this method, we used fairly long consumer immersions, about 3 to 3.5 hours. And a good 2 hours of that was made up by respondents talking about their socializing experiences in a very open-ended way. And this sort of created a safe space for them to talk. And you know, if you ever tried to, if you're a parent of a millennial or a Gen Z kid, you know how difficult it is to make them talk or express their inner feelings. But this safe space made sure that they could speak openly and that they were the navigators of that conversation. And they spoke their minds. And of the various techniques that we used, we wanted to just mention briefly the reflexive journal and photos and mind maps. So, as experienced researchers, we enter the field with some kind of a working knowledge of the category and context. We have some insights about the culture and the background, but here we were keen to move away from those stereotypes, and this is really the crux of phenomenological research, that it allows the researcher to turn a reflective gaze on themselves and their biases. So our solution was to write a reflexive journal where we wrote everything that we knew about the category and the context, but more importantly, we listed all of our preconceived notions so we could set them aside and move on like a blank slate to what the respondents had to say. And also at the same time, we use this kind of as a stock-taking tool on an everyday basis where we would do the field work and then record what was emerging. So this became like a journal that we could use as well for our analysis. Photo elicitation. Normally we use photos as sort of data, but here we asked respondents to get us 5 photographs of their socializing occasions over the past year. And these became sort of starting points for them to talk about their socializing needs and experiences and allowed them to kickstart the meaning-making process. So the photo itself is not so important, or the accurate description. Of course, we're getting a thick description of the photograph, but at the same time, we're actually starting the meaning-making process on the part of the respondent, where they're assigning meanings to their experiences. So it becomes a tool for further storytelling. So here are some examples. A Gen Z person talking about how of the sameness in experiences in bars and cafes. So a strong need for novel experiences if they're going to spend all that time and go somewhere. So she's saying that all the bars and cafes start to look alike, all the drinks look alike to me, and I'm only waiting to get home, put on my pajamas, watch my favorite show. Here's a millennial respondent talking about how they expected to be more put together at this age of their life than adding Kahlua to their morning coffee, as they were quite severely hungover. And you can see that they're giving us a description, but they're also reflecting on their experiences as well. So with this, I'll hand over to my friend here, Nupur, to take us further.
Thank you, Raji. Another technique that we used was mind maps, and it is a traditional qualitative technique where we asked our respondents to sort of creatively organize their points of socializing. So for a period of 2-3 days, they would write down who are they meeting, what are they talking about, and where are they meeting these people. And the last step of this process is called co-creating meaning with the respondents, which essentially happens in 2 stages: reflective questioning, and then it follows interpretation. So reflective questioning is where we consciously create space for them to make sense of their experiences as they're narrating their experiences. For example, if they would talk about their challenges, we would ask them, so how do you feel about those challenges? And how do you make sense of those challenges that you're facing in your adult life? So let's look at some interpretations of the questions that we asked them. And these questions were layered in 3 different layers: contextual questions, which could be asking them, so how do you think the attitude of drinking is changing for your generation? And which could prompt a response like, oh, I don't want to be a drunk at a party anymore. Like, it's not cool to be the drunk anymore. And descriptive questions could be we would ask them to describe how a typical hangout session looks like for you, what kind of drinks do you order. And structural questions could be, how do you structure your experience when you're drinking in a particular space? So for example, if I'm at an office party, I would probably pick up a glass of wine, then having a shot of tequila. We can also explore these questions as a progression over a period of time. So we can also see how expectations evolve over a period of time. And I remember talking to one of the respondents who shared that she envisions being a designer in New York, where she wanted to throw these sophisticated galas, and she wanted to offer expensive wine and gourmet food. A key takeaway from that was that sophistication is a running thread for millennials, and this is what they desire from a young age. Because they grew up in a period of liberalization in India, which promised them optimism, which promised them wealth and abundance. So let's move on to some of the trends that we uncovered from this method. Adulting is hard, and as a millennial, I'm sure you would relate to it. And millennials are juggling between adult responsibilities, but they also want to hold on to their sense of youthfulness. And this tension nudges behavior that seeks sophistication and knowledge, but they also want to have fun. They want to be a part of a gathering where they don't have to mask who they are. They can let their guards down, and they can create meaningful connections with other people. We also know, that COVID-19 has forever changed the way we socialize. And if we add digitization on top of that, it's creating a certain sense of disenchantment among millennials, where they feel like most of their interactions are very surface level, and it does not penetrate beyond that wall that they're trying to break with their friends or with their acquaintances. So whenever they meet with their friends, they want to create those memories. They want to hang on to that nostalgia. But if we look at the Gen Z, we see they have started valuing low-effort relationships, and they call them filler friends. They are friends of convenience, and these kinds of relationships do not require deep emotional investments. They express the sentiment that socializing is exhausting for them, and their social battery gets depleted very easily. So they don't want to invest a lot in relationships. However, they do have this fundamental need to belong to a community. However, not with that level of emotional investment that the millennials are seeking. And so this generation is also a part of a movement that is getting increasingly sober curious, and they want to have conscious enjoyment. But they also want to enjoy a westernized lifestyle, but at the same time, they're exhausted by overconsumption, and they're emotionally exhausted by overstimulation of a consumeristic lifestyle. And so we can understand the evolution of socializing through these generations. And millennials are facing uncertainty of modernity. And there's a tussle between holding on to the values of traditionalism, which basically nudges them to have success in their career, but they also want to have a sense of youthfulness. And on the other hand, the Gen Z is embracing what we might call McDonaldization of socializing, where they're microdosing on socializing moments. It's quick, it's convenient, and they prefer emotionally low-key meetups. But they still want to be a part of a larger community. Sorry. Due to the reasons of confidentiality, we won't be able to reveal the exact activation, but we have tried to capture the essence of what followed the premise of phenomenology. So, for example, the insight about the need to stand out and have unique experiences triggered product innovation, like vibrant packaging and having fun drinks to consume in informal gatherings. And the insight of millennials seeking intimate spaces outside the home led to a brand having activation in unique locations. And the desire for sophistication, which was one of our key takeaways for millennials, promoted the idea of luxury with a purpose. So we have these homegrown Indian brands that are even more expensive than imported brands, and this sort of gives them a sense of luxury, gives them a sense of sophistication that they're seeking in their experiences. And in one of the instances, the brand organized these invite-only pop-ups where they invited small groups of friends for a special kind of whiskey tasting, and which is in alignment with our insight of how the circles of friends and the circles of intimacy are shrinking for millennials. So the question is, when can you actually use phenomenology? You can use it if you want to understand, if you have a target group that is difficult to understand, and if you have a topic which is essentially sensitive or is considered to be a taboo in your community, or if your client is looking if your client belongs to a category that is experience-rich and you're looking to analyze those experiences. Which brings me to the end of my presentation, and we would like to express our gratitude to our client Abhijit Saha and our qualitative researchers Soumya Sharma and Sunena Bose. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Raji and Nupur, for actually sharing quite meaningful insights for this particular target, and also for getting phenomenological research into our radar. Interestingly, our third presentation is still on the alcobev industry, but this time looking into the market of ultra-high net worth individuals. Working with Tim Austin and Ben Liang of Pernod Ricard, we have Chris Walbridge joining us today to answer the question of how to win in luxury. Chris?
Thank you, Karen. It's brilliant to be back here on an Esomar stage. It's been a while, since 2022. And today, yes, we're talking about luxury, we're talking about more alcohol, and Pernod Ricard Global Travel Retail, or duty-free as it's known. Pernod Ricard is the second largest seller of spirits and wines. They have 240 brands in their portfolio, including Royal Salute, Ballantine's, the like of Absolute Vodka, Chivas, the Glenlivet, and of course Martell Cognac. And what we're going to hear, although Tim and Ben can't be here in person, is the voice from them on how they've embarked on this high-stakes journey. Essentially, the business identified a growing opportunity for targeting the high net worth individual. And what's most important here is that we talk about impact at the end, but I want to get across the process from their perspective of how to navigate such a big opportunity of how to win in the travel retail luxury space. So I'm going to step off stage for a minute, or about 8 minutes, and I'm going to let Ben and Tim from Pernod Ricard talk to you about their journey, the context, the challenges.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking the time today to hear about Pernod Ricard's journey into the world of high net worth individuals. My name is Tim Austin. I'm the Head of Insight and Effectiveness at Pernod Ricard Global Travel Retail.
This is Ben Liang, Senior Insight Manager, also from Pernod Ricard Global Travel Retail.
Cool. So in the next 15 or 20 minutes or so, you're going to be gaining a small insight into high net worth individuals and specifically their relationship with the duty-free channel. So a bit of context on duty-free or travel retail, as we call it. Travel retail is a vitally important channel for Pernod Ricard. It's one of the 4 drive markets, along with the US, China, and India, and it's the 3rd most valuable market to the business. And for some nationalities, it's their preferred destination to buy premium spirits. So what makes duty-free or travel retail so appealing? As we all know, it's generally cheaper than in the domestic market or your local stores. People tend to have time in the airport, so therefore they shop in duty-free. But crucially, to this target, to high net worth individuals, duty-free only sells premium products. And we have an extensive and an exclusive range all under one roof.
So you might be thinking, why focus such a niche segment? So even though the high net worth individuals represent just small populations, they are driving over the majority of prestige spirit purchase and contributes big in terms of value spending in the travel retail environment. And their significance go beyond the purchasing power. The high net worth individuals consider themselves as a connoisseur in spirits. So they are not just a consumer, they're experts, they're influencers, and also the trendsetters. So for Pernod Ricard GTR, high net worth individual isn't just an opportunity, they are the very foundation of our prestige strategy. So picture yourself as one of these high net worth individual travelers. You have just cleared the security and you have time before your flight. Where do you go? For many high net worth individuals, the answer is clear: the duty-free store. So how to make the duty-free store become more attractive? This is where our story begins.
Great. So let's start with some numbers to highlight the importance of prestige and high net worth individuals. As of 2023, there were 56.3 million millionaires in the world. So a huge number, and one which is growing as well. And I'll come back to this in one moment. Globally, the ultra prestige category, which is defined as products worth $250 and above, is worth $6.4 billion. And Pernod Ricard performs very well at this price point, and especially so in the duty-free channel. We're currently number 2 in duty-free's ultra prestige category, with brands such as Martell, Royal Salute, and Ballantine's excelling in certain key markets. So let's hear a little bit more about our target market. A millionaire is defined as an individual with at least $1 million in assets under management, and that's not including their own residence. As mentioned, currently there are 56.3 million millionaires in the world, and this number is projected to grow to 64.5 million by 2028. In 2028, the US will hold nearly 40% of these millionaires. China will hold about 10%, and then other key Asian hubs will host a further 13% between them. Japan with 6%, South Korea with 3%, India with 2%, and Taiwan with 2%. And what's interesting, if we look at the projected growth, with the exception of China, all of our Asian hubs are expected to grow by over 20% in this time, with Taiwan growing at 47% 1%. Now, looking at this data, along with the fact that these nationalities are the biggest buyers of our ultra prestige range, it's pretty clear where Pernod Ricard needs to focus their efforts as we strive towards winning in this category, which is why we undertook an extensive research program. Focusing on 6 key markets, we delved into high net worth individuals' attitudes, behaviours and expectations of the duty-free channel, unearthing some key insights which helped develop our prestige strategy. So what were some of the key top-line findings from our research? We found that many of our high net worth individuals love the duty-free experience. They say it's a ritual, a must-do as they travel through the airport. They say it's a great opportunity to find exclusive products, those that they can't find easily elsewhere, or, interestingly, those which might be cheaper than in their local stores, implying that price still plays an important role despite their high net worth status. One respondent called duty-free a treasure hunt, which I thought was quite a nice way of encapsulating it. And duty-free is also a leisurely way to spend time before their flight. But I think one thing to remember here is that different nationalities have different attitudes to duty-free. For example, Asian nationalities tend to really enjoy and value the duty-free experience. Vietnamese and Indian high net worth individual travelers, they highly value the experience. It's a more premium setting to the local stores. Duty-free has a better range. Duty-free offers expert advice from staff. And they like the lower prices as well. Chinese and Taiwanese, on the other hand, they still value duty-free, but maybe to a slightly lesser extent than their Vietnamese and Indian counterparts. They really value the duty-free exclusiveness, the products that we have in our channel, and of course the price. But they didn't see the experience, the store environment, as being that much of a step up versus their home shops. Whereas Americans, on the other hand, they're the least likely to value duty-free. They find the experience busy. They find the price advantage isn't actually that beneficial at all. Americans also really value the local relationships they have in their home liquor stores, which they found was missing from duty-free, and an important learning for us at Pernod Ricard GTR as we're looking to strive to improve our channel and better cater towards American high net worth individuals. But I think one thing that was clear from across all of our nationalities was that fashion brands are the benchmark. They're driven by, this is driven by their exclusive range that they have in store, the high-end customer service, but also the store aesthetics as well were called out by our shoppers. So lots to aspire to as alcohol brands look to better compete in this channel. I will now pass you over to Ben, who will take you through some of our approaches to this research.
As we conduct on this high-level individual research journey, we face 3 internal challenges that I believe many of you will relate to. First, getting a cross-functional alignment was a complex task, with multiple teams involved, each with its own objective, and information often was locked away in different departments. Coordinating a unified approach became our first considerable hurdle. Our second challenge was keeping our project timeline in sync. We ran into the usual research issue, too little time to dig as deep as we needed, and the swifting objectives as stakeholders adjust their expectations. On top of that, limited resources make for a pressure on our timeline as well. Finally, and perhaps the most crucially, we face the challenge with communications and stakeholder engagement. The terminology difference across departments create confusion. Achieving this requires careful navigations, and maintaining alignment throughout the project demanded constant attention. Now, I would like to share the 3 main challenges we face in the research phase. First, finding and recruiting these high-net-worth individual travelers wasn't easy. These are the busy people who value their privacy, so getting them to join our research was like trying to catch a lightning in a bottle. Second, we discovered that the luxury shopping behavior is different across different countries and cultures. What's considered luxury in Europe might be different in Asia. Like a spirit, each market has its own unique favorite and character. Finally, we have to figure out how to take all these different types of information we gathered from interviews, sales data, and observations and turn them into a useful action suggestions. But here's the key, we think. Understanding this challenge earlier allowed us to implement solutions that ultimately strengthen our research approach and finding. So in next page, I would like to share our final approach. So our research designs consist of 6 main parts. First, we partner with Agility to conduct a qualitative interview with high-net-worth individual and ultra-high-net-worth individual, which focus on their travel retail behavior and attitude. Second, we conduct a brand consultants interviews, which allow us to gather the views from our frontline sales staff. And then we gather the consumer deep dive learning from our key domestic markets in terms of USA and China. Then we have a high-net-worth individual agility challenge report, which provide a syndicated travel and luxury check-ins from a quantitative point of view. Then we have a behavioral science study with Walnut to testing our communication nuggets. Finally, we also partner with Quiz to have an evaluation of our prestige activation concepts. So I will pass it to you, Chris, to share more learning from our study.
So after 2 years of complex research work, they had developed this new luxury concept called Distiller's Treasures, which is a standalone store that only stocks Pernod Ricard brands, only stocks products worth $250 and above. And it was my job to speak to potential buyers, people who had spent $450 on a single bottle of liquor in the last 6 months. And I'll come on to that in a minute, but I just want to say, for those of you who were in the second keynote speaker session yesterday, Elaine from Reckitt, she mentioned 70% of the challenge is about business and people transformation. So it looks very linear on that previous chart. You had those 6 modules, but it was not as straightforward as that. It required the CMI team to really continually engage, be adaptable, be brave with best practice and new methods, and being able to blend them and bring stakeholders on the journey. And as stakeholders were brought on the journey and they started to see things coming together, there was no way they wanted to not be a part of a $2 billion opportunity. And success requires keeping an eye on that business opportunity, not just being fixed to what is the research we're doing now and what is the research we're doing next month, but instead thinking about dollars and cents. So to refine the concept of this store, which is a bold call to put your own shop in an airport where you've also got King Power or DFS or Lotte or whatever, there were some 4 pillars that we knew were going to be working. How products are curated, what's being said and to who, the experience itself and how that needs to be uplifted and transformed from a traditional duty-free environment, and how to forge long-term relationships so that high-net-worth individuals come back time and again. Now, put yourself in their shoes, in the shoes of CMI. You've got to tell your ex-com that you want to put your own shop in an airport that only stocks your ultra prestige products, and yet there's a DFS with 1 million different bottles down 100 meters away. How did they actually get there? From the get-go, as Ben said, CMI were very much the navigators in this journey. So they didn't stop at insight and research. Because they had brought people along, and because this was 2 years, and because they were talking dollars and cents, they went all the way through. So when it came to actually giving the feedback of how well this had performed amongst people spending $450 on a single bottle, ex-com were like, yes, all right. And because they also had engagement from brand and marketing, innovation, R&D, everyone, they were able to build a business case from the ground up that XCOM actually bought into. And there was a 4Ps model that was followed that was accessible. So keeping it simple, focusing on the creme de la creme, the very best out of these 240 brands in their portfolio that they could offer, the top brands with the most premium SKUs, and then also considering duty-free experience for high net worth individuals is not about the bottle. It's about the range, it's about the experience. And that's what led to this first airport cross-category ultra prestige channel. So I know, having partnered with them for the past 18 months on various projects, including that evaluation piece, of how transformative this new cross-category high net worth individual strategy has been for the business. There are many more examples than this, but I'll just talk about 1 and 3 first. So all of the rich insights that were gathered and all of the discussions across all of the teams that CMI were leading allowed them to actually retrain brand consultants on how to engage with high net worth individuals. It's a very different ball game to, engaging and trying to persuade someone who might be spending $50 on a bottle versus someone who wants to spend $300 on a bottle, okay? And then from a media point of view, in key airport hubs, here you can see the beautiful, iconic Martell XXO cognac, which retails for about 500 USD. They've done a lot of work in key airport hubs to actually get their message across to high net worth individuals in a way that's going to resonate with them. And they've also injected consistency in the tagline messaging throughout individual brand ranges, which helps. And now, what I love the most is Distiller's Treasures. This standalone shop, okay, this requires bravery from the CMI, everyone invested in the process, and the business, because they're going to be spending millions of dollars to set this thing up. Well, it has been set up now, it's running. It's doing very well, by the way. I just got some hot off the press news. And then if they're going to expand it to other airport hubs, how many extra tens of millions of operating expenditure is going to be required? So that's been launched. That's a game changer. And when I spoke to high net worth individuals, they said, this is exactly what I've been looking for. I've traveled for 20 years in business or first class, and I haven't seen anything like this. You've got all of their brands from all of their different categories in one place. They have to be $250 and above, okay? So a bold, a brave move, and without all of that research, they'd be flying blind. Like, how do we tap the high net worth individual? Oh, I got an idea, I got an idea. This would not have come about if there was not such a solid understanding of how to translate insights through to action, to actually making sure people take action to launch things like Distiller's Treasures. I've been given license by Pernod Ricard to give or to communicate their final words of wisdom of what they've learned on this 2-year journey. So for clients in the room, in their words, if you really want to get the best out of them, and this sounds cliche, but if you really want to get the best out of them, you need to make sure that they understand the business objective. So when you're briefing them, if they're just going, yes, 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 and I've been in that position as a consultant and agency. Oh, I understand. Do they really understand the personal challenges, the business objective? And agencies or consultants or whatever, people like me, if you think you understand but you don't really, or if you think that they haven't given you exactly what is going on and what the opportunity is, you need to push to understand. Because if you don't push and if you don't understand, you won't be part of the journey. And then finally, we can't just deliver learnings, and this is from Pernod Ricard to clients mostly in the room. We can't just deliver learnings and leave them be if you actually want to make change. And actionable insights, that very cliched word. GTR were very clear. Make them actionable, but then make management actually do something. And it was only through 2 years of really hard work, solid engagement from across teams, that with the business case, management did something, and you've seen the results. So thank you very much for listening, and thank you to Tim and Ben for joining us in a hybrid fashion. And Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Karen.
So thank you, Chris, for giving us a peek into this very niche and interesting market. We started this set with a paper on e-com, so it's just fitting that we close with a paper that includes the physical shopper journey, entitled The Death of Shopper Marketing Funnel, All Roads Lead to Conversion. We have Andrea and Patrick of NEPA who are here to share with us how they worked with Unilever to identify and track the influence on conversion of touchpoints across the shopper journey. Andrea and Patrick?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear us? Okay, so we're the last session before lunch. So is everybody still with us? You're all still awake? Yes, yes, everybody. Okay, great. All right, so we'll try to keep this engaging for everyone. As said, we're going to share a bit about our view on the death of the shopper marketing funnel and what does that mean. So the redefinition of the shopper marketing journey is something that we at NEPA have been talking about for a while. You may recognize NEPA. We have been presenting at Congress a couple of times, so maybe you've heard about us before. But today we're going to be talking to you about a collaboration that we've done with Unilever, as said, where we help them drive growth in the hair care category in Indonesia. So before I jump into it, why did we do this in the first place? Why are we measuring the path to purchase in the first place? Why are we curious about defining the shopper journey? Well, one of the key pieces of data that we have found over the last 5 years, and again, NEPA has been doing this since around 2017, so is that there has been a 500% increase in the amount of touch points that our clients need to measure and track in the last 5 years. So why is that important? Well, it really means that brands are struggling now to decide where to invest. How should I decide whether I'm investing above the line, below the line? How should I measure my marketing activities? And it's been very difficult for them now in this fragmented media landscape to choose where to put their money. To choose specifically which touch points to invest in. So what do we mean when we say touch points? So a touch point is anything that a shopper interacts with on their path to purchase. So it could be digital, it could be physical, it could be earned, owned, paid, or unpaid. And the real challenge for brands today is how do we now evaluate our different marketing activities and understand where to invest. So how do we sort of calculate the efficacy, either conversion power or return on investment of a TV ad, right, versus a transit ad? Yesterday we were on the tuk-tuk tour. We saw an ad on the back of a tuk-tuk. How do you evaluate the efficacy of an ad like that? How do you then take those ads and compare them to a sampling campaign, for example, or a rating or review that someone would post online versus a banner ad versus an end cap or a gondola end in a physical store. So all of these different choices are something that brands are struggling with now, and the idea is to try to come up with a methodology that takes all of these different touch points and evaluates them using the same yardstick, so to speak. So using one type of methodology to look at all of the different touch points and calculate sort of their efficacy in terms of driving your key KPIs, which in this case is purchase conversion. So another thing that brands need to contend with today and also yesterday and before and in the future is sort of the omni-channel landscape of how people are shopping. So we know that it's no longer people are shopping just online or they're shopping in store, but they are indeed shopping in the sort of omni-channel way, which leads brands to need to join up their shopper activations and make sure that everything's working from an omni-channel perspective. So we have some data to share with you today that may seem a little bit counterintuitive. So the first one, 70% of US shoppers under 45, so young-ish, I think someone called it matured to young, so I guess we're still on sort of the young spectrum here, are saying that they prefer to make a purchase in a store. Well, that doesn't really make sense, right? Because we know that people are very digital, you know, they're on their phone all of the time. I mean, even in the Western world, maybe compared to Asia, that's leading the charge, but people are really shopping in an omni-channel way. How does it make sense that 70% of US shoppers under 45 would still prefer to make a purchase in a store? Well, if we then couple that with some other data, here we have, 76% of shoppers worldwide say that they visit a retailer website from their smartphone while they're in a store. Okay, so now this starts to make more sense, right? Because people are shopping in this omni-channel way. If you're just looking at the efficacy of your digital ad or your banner ad on a retailer website, you may miss its effect on a purchase that's happening in a physical store. And that's why it's very important for you to join up your sort of omni-channel activations. And APAC is really leading the charge here. So we see that the size of the social commerce space is set to, I think it's estimated to be $9 billion US by 2029. And APAC is really leading the charge when it comes to social commerce. And that's really interesting for us who do global work, right? Because we can see what are people doing maybe in the Western world, what are people doing in the Eastern world, and in a place where we know that social commerce is so big, can we look at that for trends and try to interpret what could be happening in other markets in the future? So we'll be talking a little bit about our research with Unilever in a minute now, where we helped them drive growth for their hair care category in Indonesia. Super interesting for us that Indonesia is actually the market where we see TikTok being the biggest globally. And this is important information for Indonesia, but we see this in other countries as well, where we see that there is more shopping being done on things like TikTok Shop. So for example, 33% of shoppers on Douyin are under the age of 26 years old. So new people coming into the market, new shopping behaviors, fragmented media landscape. What should we do? Now what? So at Napa, we really say, you know, blink and you'll miss it. That's how fast the world changes. And this traditional shopper marketing funnel, or just generally marketing funnel, is something that everyone here in this room has seen and everybody sort of knows about, and probably some of you have been working with this before I was even born. So this is, yeah, something that everybody knows and loves, but I think we all know that this way of looking at the shopper journey is becoming obsolete. It's no longer that I see a TV ad today about toothpaste, we saw toothpaste yesterday, and think, oh, now I've become aware of this Sensodyne whitening toothpaste. And a couple weeks later, I've seen another ad, and it has now got into my consideration set. So I'm going to consider it when I go to the store. And then I'm going to see a promotion, which is going to drive purchase. And I've got this long purchase cycle and this long sort of path that's happening in a very neat linear way. We see that this is no longer the way of looking at the shopper journey. Indeed, we see something like this emerging. So an infinity loop with conversion at the middle, in the center. So there's no longer one touch point that's driving awareness or driving consideration or driving conversion, indeed, because I think we all know, and we maybe have had those experiences in life, that a traditional below-the-line touch point, like let's say a promotion, could be the touch point that makes you aware of the brand. And in less than a minute, you could check out. So that's sort of what we have seen in terms of a macro trend. And we're going to talk to you a little bit about some of the sort of specific insights that we found when we looked at this for hair care in Indonesia specifically.
Thanks, Andrea. Hello, everyone. So I'm going to talk a bit more about the project itself now that we had with Unilever. And before we do that, just go with me a little thought experiment. Because Ram earlier mentioned that ad effectiveness is actually in decline quite consistently over the last few years, and which is absolutely true. But if you look at it from the other perspective, the other angle, from a consumer's perspective, just imagine how many brand interactions you're exposed to nowadays compared to before. It starts when you wake up and you maybe check your phone, maybe check social media. It continues when you go to work, you maybe listen to the radio in your car, or you see maybe an ad on a public transport, on a bus or on a tube. At work, you're going to be exposed to ads with you on your phone throughout the whole day. And in the evening, when you come home and you watch Netflix or Amazon Prime, they're going to send you with ads to bed. So compare this like bombardment almost of ads you have nowadays to let's say, an average day in 1980. It was no wonder that ad effectiveness is going down when we just have all this noise coming at us. And what really matters there is to cut through that noise. So the world is getting just more and more complex, and what that means is if you want to understand it, you need to measure what happens, where it happens, and when it happens. So let's just go back to Indonesia for a second and have a look why Unilever wanted to have a project within this market. So Indonesia actually is the 5th biggest economy in Asia and the 15th biggest economy in the world. It has a yearly GDP growth rate of around 5%. So you can see already that it's a huge number, and it's no wonder that Indonesia, being this global powerhouse and being more and more of that, is an increased point of focus. But then also there are quite a lot of social changes within Indonesia. So for example, there are 30% more internet users in the last 5 years. And we also have a really high rate of 73% of people that in Indonesia shop using social media apps, so social commerce. Again, we see channels kind of merging into each other. So what previously was just entertainment, now more and more is becoming a channel for purchase. So within the project that we have with Unilever, we had a certain goals that we had to fulfill. Unilever wanted to find out, firstly, what is their position in the market and how are their competitors placed against them. So really to understand this whole holistic, wide picture. They also wanted to understand how brand interactions influence people, touch points really, and to measure them and really put a numerical value to it to see which touch points actually can cut through that noise that we are exposed to all day. The idea was then to use this insight and create an overarching strategy, a roadmap, a playbook, if you want to call it like this. But then in this fast-paced world, it's just not enough to create one playbook and then stick to it for the next 3-4 years. What you need to do is you need to constantly test, learn, and evolve. So basically, a constant measurement, and you test it against the plan you made, and you adapt when needed. So we had some certain objective and roadblocks within this project, and you could probably have all seen those before. So the idea was we want to have, of course, in-depth insights. We want to really understand the nitty-gritty, go down to it, understand what our consumers want to have, how the market looks like, and get as granular as we can. Then also, we would like to have this continuously monitored, throughout the year. How does it change? How is it different for different seasons, and how does it evolve within, this whole time frame? And then again, you want to make this whole thing feasible, right? We're talking about a cost perspective. If you want to have super granular insights over a very long period of time, it's expensive. But then also it's a recruitment question as well, feasibility question in that sense of, can I motivate, for example, shoppers to give me data throughout a whole year? Well, that's quite hard. So within this kind of challenge that we got, we came up with a twofold approach, where we had two solutions, two projects we combined. One is what we call a path to purchase. You guys have all heard the name. It's like an in-depth study. A path to purchase is an ad hoc study. We recruit 1,000 people. We follow them around 4 to 6 weeks, and we ask them all the time, basically, what have you seen? What have you done? We also install a software on the device that tracks their online behavior. That can be on a phone, a laptop, a tablet, whatever you use to go online. And we use all this kind of granular information and create insights from those. That means because we collect all this data, we can look into how different demographic groups behave, what sort of different triggers and need states for those groups. We can look into shopper missions and other objectives, like we can look into occasions and mindsets. So this really in-depth study to understand them in the complex part of it. However, it's short term, it's 4 to 6 weeks. And we would supplement this with a tracker. We call it the touchpoint strength tracker. It's very descriptive. Basically, what we look at is how do those touchpoints evolve over time. It's more shallow, it's not as in-depth, but that allows us to measure throughout the whole year. And how we do this is we collect two sources of data. So for the path to purchase project, as I just said before, we overlay behavioral data, tracking data really, with self-stated data. In that case, behavioral data is really rich because we want to be as close to the shopper as possible. That means we can look at what kind of apps they use and when, what sort of websites they visit, how they navigate, what music they listen to on Spotify, or what movies and shows they watch on Netflix. So really it's very holistic data of seeing who is it that we're speaking to. And then on this other side, we have self-stated data, which is really the offline part of it. If someone sees an ad on a tuk-tuk, for example, then that will be in this category, or if someone speaks to just a friend or a colleague. So we could, basically, by combining those two data sources, we can really go to the bottom of it. And for the TST, we only need the self-stated data because our model is based on the P2P study beforehand. So this is for you, Andrea.
Yeah, great. Okay, so I'll talk a little bit about some of the findings. Before I do that, there's sort of three ways in which we use this type of data and this type of methodology to drive growth for the brands. So, and it's nothing new, it's nothing different than all of the normal ways that we know to drive growth for brands generally. So the first one is to win more people. So those of you who are kind of disciples of the Byron Sharp way of thinking, you know all about this, filling the funnel with more people to constantly be driving growth for the brand through increasing penetration. So bringing new people to your brand all the time. That's great for niche brands, it's great for big brands, it's great for all different types of brands. Then, of course, we also have winning more often. So this is about increasing frequency. And this is really important for maybe bigger brands who, someone like Coca-Cola, for example, they're not really worried about what Pepsi is doing, right? They're maybe a little bit worried about what's going on with private label, but they're not really concerned with getting people to be more aware of them, right? They're concerned with getting people who buy 3 Cokes a week to buy 4 Cokes a week, right? So that's the other way to drive growth that we try to sort of show how this work can do that for our clients. And the last one is to win more money, so premiumization. And this is not really about increasing prices or just doing these sort of nasty tricks that shoppers hate, like keeping the price the same but making the packaging smaller. This is really about driving premiumization, coming with premium products like we heard Chris talking about, by really making sure that you're serving shoppers' underserved needs or really being able to meet them in an occasion. That's really important for them. So in terms of finding the path to purchase, here are some of the results that we found. So we were able to look very deeply into what the path to purchase looks like in a physical store or a digital store. So we're going to show you the physical store example now. Some really interesting findings here, some things that are pretty, I guess you could say, obvious, which are that the place in the store where it's most likely to drive a purchase, the best location, is at the physical shelf. But maybe some like less surprising or more surprising ones, such as outside the store near the entrance, something that's driving this increased frequency and driving purchase as well. And we were able to do this not only for all stores, but also to see what the differences would be for convenience versus hypermarket, for example, and online. But the really interesting part was the addition of the sort of touchpoint strength tracker. So with the path to purchase part, the sort of ad hoc, big, juicy piece of research, you can really deep dive into a lot of different dimensions, right? You can see what are the different shopping missions and how does the path to purchase differ there and how does it differ by the different occasions and the need states and the demographics and all of those things. What the longitudinal study looks to do is look to see how those touchpoints evolve over time. So we can see that there are some touch points here, touch point 1 and touch point 2, made anonymous, that are kind of benefit from an always-on strategy, right? So you can continually invest in those touch points throughout the year. And then there are some other ones here, touch point 3 and touch point 4, where you need to flex the strategy, and you really would benefit from having a different strategy in terms of investment by different parts of the year. And this can also be dependent on some of the macroeconomic factors. So in this case, certainly Singles Day and Ramadan, because it was in the Indonesian market, had a big impact on the efficacy of touch points throughout the year. And then, of course, lastly, just to bring this back to the increasing growth through penetration question, we were also able to identify which are the touch points that are driving new-to-brand purchase, driving first-time brand buyers, or filling that top of the funnel. And very interestingly, these changed dramatically throughout the year. So again, the learning here was great that we know which touch points are the ones that are driving growth through penetration, but can we make sure that we have a good strategy in terms of where should a brand invest throughout the year in order to make the most of their limited budget and in order to understand of all of these fragmented touch points that you have to choose from, which are the ones to invest in when, and sort of put together an omni-channel integrated strategy.
Thanks, Andrea. So in conclusion, to kind of bring this back to what we started at the beginning, the world is complex. It's a new world. We don't live in the old one anymore. And if you want to have research that reflects this, you need to have complex research. So in our case, the first kind of conclusion that we draw there is, as we all know, market research is always inherently pragmatic. We know we would also all love to have perfect data throughout the whole year for a reasonable price, but of course we also have to take kind of trade-offs. Because feasibility with depth is always a discussion. So what we think is that clever brands combine multiple approaches to kind of benefit from each other. And in our case, those are two. And then if you do that, you hopefully get the best of both worlds and can adapt to win. So me and Andre are going to be around all day today, so feel free to ask us any questions, come to us. We're going to be, of course, also in a discussion session right now. But thank you for listening.
You can speak to us in English, in Swedish, where we're from, but not in Thai. Thanks. Should we go off? For questions?
Yeah, for questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Andrea and Patrick, for sharing this interesting approach. And it's always exciting, especially for someone like me, to see the results coming from this kind of work. So can I call everybody back on stage so that we can take questions? We're right on time, so we have about 10 minutes for questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we have anybody from the floor? There.
Morning. Question to Sophie and Amalina. Not sure if you tried to learn the behaviors and tried to look into the e-commerce platforms here in Southeast Asia. I'm curious if it's more similar to the Western market, or is it more similar to the Chinese market? Additionally, there's always interest to understand how we can shape the future of the e-commerce industry in this part of the world. So if you have, if you're seeing certain opportunities we could explore and tap into as we move forward, the industry.
In Southeast Asia, we are like exactly in the middle. We have like we are still like in a world where in some of the country you are using Amazon. Like I'm going to talk about like Singapore because I'm living in Singapore. In Singapore, you can go on Amazon, you can go on Fair Price, and this is like really traditional e-commerce platform. But at the same time, you have Lazada, you have Shopee, and you have like all the platform. So it's kind of like a bit of fun to play around with that because like you are still like trying to find like the best way to navigate. And then we also know that we have like social commerce and it's really strong in the region. Like you were talking about like TikTok, but it's like really a strong place. And as well, if you look at some of YouTube video, you are also connected to online. So like today, we have like influence for both models in Southeast Asia, and we need to take like learning from both models to play around with it. I tend to prefer the Chinese model because I feel like it's more fun, more exciting, and I think like the future is going to be like more like about like diversity of the touch point. So yeah, we are not like, I think like I'm French. I know like for example like France is really late on e-commerce. We are using one platform and like, it's really boring. But here we have like thousands of platforms to play around, and we are playing around. So yeah.
Just to add on that as well, what we also are seeing in the Western model or in the Western market is that the China apps are getting stronger and in fact getting a lot bigger. Yes. So there is a shift in the interest in the different model, and we can see how China might be where the technology or the different functions would come stronger. Especially in Southeast Asia, in terms of the influence. I hope that answered your question.
Any other questions?
No one?
Come on. Woohoo! If you don't ask questions, you don't have lunch. Thank you.
Hi, Praveen Shekhar from India. The question for Purna. I found it to be very interesting, especially the comment that you said, refreshed brand consultant training specific for the HNWIs. How did you come about with that insight, and how was that taken when you actually implemented it into training?
Yeah. Is this still working? Okay, it's still working. Yeah, so basically, traditionally, Pernod Ricard had followed a fairly generic brand consultant training, not necessarily addressing any particular segment, but essentially what's been now developed is that they've taken all the learnings, they've worked out the triggers and the desires and the wants of the high net worth individual. And brand consultants, for those of you who are familiar with travel retail, they work off scripts, essentially, prompts, scripts, and also cross-selling. Oh, you like the 21 Royal Salute? Have you seen the 30 Ballantines? This kind of thing. So that's how it's been rolled out. They've updated their scripts. They've thought about, if someone's browsing and looking at a $300 bottle and they're there, that's probably going to be a high net worth individual if they're going to be there for some time. And so it's essentially a refresh of the script and a refresh of understanding some of the key pillars, those drivers of engagement for the high net worth individual. Like I said at the beginning, like people spending $300 on a bottle or $400 or $1,000, their behavior and what they look for in duty free, and that's also split by nationality in their key markets as well, is distinct rather than the people who go in and pick up 2 bottles for $30. So it's a tailored script. Thanks for the question.
I'm Martin from Indonesia. Thank you for Patrick and Andrea for presenting about Indonesia. I want to know about the methodology. You said there are two approaches, behavioral data and self-study data. I want to know what kind of behavioral data. Is it scraping through website or what? How can you do that? And in how many period of time did you do the behavioral and self-studied data? Thank you.
Yeah, should I take this one? Yeah. You guys tell me? Yeah. Great question. So basically how it works is that we have a partner and they have an app, a software that people install on their devices, and that basically tracks all their web behavior throughout it. So it's not like scraping, which is, you could draw the URL matching or something like that, but it's an actual software that tracks their behavior. And interestingly as well, this is in constant change. It kind of evolves all the time because, of course, firstly, the operating system providers, they kind of play against that a bit of the tracking. Of course, it's all clarified and communicated clearly, but that's one thing. And then also, you have also new technologies constantly coming in there. For example, right now, what is getting really big is audio matching of like ads. So basically, you would have the software on your device, and if you walk around and you can, an ad plays in the background, doesn't matter which brand it's for, which category, then it would detect this ad and basically track that, you've been exposed to an ad online. So this is constantly evolving. And yeah, and for the kind of time frame that you asked, we do this for the path to purchase study for 4 to 6 weeks. It's installed on the respondent's device, and then that's how long we track for. And then afterwards, it's uninstalled, and it's over again.
Yeah, there are a lot of new methodologies popping up as well in terms of, previously we used to say, oh, it would be great to follow people around with like the Google glasses to be able to see what they're seeing all of the time. But I was actually at a conference 2 weeks ago where someone had come with that technology. So there's going to be different ways to use new technologies all of the time that are newly popping up to be able to incorporate more behavioral data in together with the stated and attitudinal data. And I think the other thing to mention too is that all of this is, we're looking at the observations that people are seeing. We're not asking them, oh, which touch point was the most important. We're looking at all of the different observations, then we're putting this into a regression model and we're deriving the importance through that. So again, it's really about sort of bridging that say-do gap as much as possible with the new methodologies that are out there.
I can go first because I already have my mic. Yep. Hi, I'm Chin, and at my core, I'm a qualitative researcher. So I'm quite curious to the teams who worked on qual research, particularly Vox Populi team and Chris. You talked about talking to consumers that are going to be more sensitive, for example, the Gen Zs, the upper class. And yesterday, we all learned about the alternative moderators, the AIs, who can talk to these kinds of consumers and respondents without making them feel nervous or making them feel sensitive. So with that, I'm actually quite curious at the future of quality research, given the ever dynamic market, as well as the developing tools that we have in quality research. And what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Should I take that? Yeah. So thank you very much for your question. I think the methodology we spoke about kind of goes more in depth into the human aspect versus what we saw yesterday about AI moderators. And I think you would, like a few speakers have already talked about, need that human sort of touch or interpretation to get that sensitivity and to understand where the respondents are coming from. So I think these two could complement each other, and AI moderators could actually do large volumes, but finally the sensitivity would come from the human sort of analyzer or moderator. So we need to put these two things together, and like Ram was speaking in the morning, there's also a concept of accountability. So as a human moderator, as a human researcher, I would really like to stand up for my consumer and claim that space for them and lobby for them at the highest decision-making table.
I would
Can I
just
ask
add
a question?
on the qualitative piece. So I learned a lot yesterday and today about AI, and it did open my eyes a lot. I would like to see the potential for it for qual moderation, but when I'm thinking about people who are very high net worth and doing some kind of online interview with them face to face, people who spend $500 on a bottle, whatever, they value their privacy and their time. Now, I guess there are disclosure principles, like whether they're going to speak to a bot, do they want to speak to an AI machine? Are they going to be as inclined to do it versus speaking to me? I don't know, but certainly it's exciting. For now, I'm sticking with speaking to the high net worth individuals face to face or online face to face, but some of the tools that I saw really taught me a lot, so let's see.
I just want to add another point to that. I think our methodology also wanted to head-on tackle the problem of alienation, which has been the running theme in our research. And I just feel like what Raji said, to bringing that humanness and bringing that human element kind of should tackle that problem to a certain extent.
Okay,
All right.
thank you. I think we have one, yeah.
Yeah. So my question is actually to the undertakers who perform the funeral of the brand funnel. So and also actually to the behavioral science connected team, which has done, I think, a very interesting comparison between e-commerce in China as compared to other countries. I live in China, so I can relate to it very well. So. My question really is that, okay, the brand funnel is dead, it's been dead for quite some time. But from this, is there a new order emerging? I mean, is there a new order based on behavioral science principles? What kind of nudges work in what categories? You talked about different times, different contexts. Or is, for example, authority bias more important for some categories? Is social proof more important for other categories? So is there a new order emerging, or you feel that we are in basically a pretty chaotic kind of a condition, and it is essentially just a question of iterative testing and learning continuously from that testing? So I mean, this could also be something, or you feel that there is some kind of a system which is emerging and which we should learn and invest in?
Yeah, I think there are definitely new trends to be aware of course. and I think there's always certainly a path of as these presenters were talking about, discovery first, and then maybe advocacy comes a little bit later. But in terms of there being sort of these very distinct stages and then being quite far away from each other, I think that's definitely dead. And also the sort of efficacy of one touch point in driving brand salience and it not being possible for that to drive purchase conversion, and then vice versa. Something like a promotion, for example, that usually would have driven purchase conversion and you couldn't use that to drive awareness, that's gone, right? Especially in the world of social commerce, especially with the apps. A promotion that would traditionally be something that you would include in a below-the-line budget. That could then be sort of the catalyst to sort of spark that discovery. And I think the other thing to note is, having done this in many different markets, I think it's maybe like 30 or 40 markets now and a myriad of categories, it's really hard to find a trend. I think certainly the closer to the point of purchase or the moment of truth your touch point is, the generally more effective it is. But I would say there's absolutely nuances by market and also by category.
You need to adapt everything to your channel, your category, and there is like not one rule about like how to nudge shopper. It really depends. It's like, and actually, like if you compare like Western model with China, we know like China is already like really far away in terms of like the number of touch points. We were talking about like social app, we were talking about O2O, we were talking about like everything. They're like really far away. What we see as well is that like if we look at Europe, US, they are getting closer and closer to what we are doing in China. They are like 10 years behind, but they are going there one day. So I would say like it's difficult to have like one answer to this question because like it's going to change tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I could add something to that, it's basically, I would say that as well. If one learning what advice I would give, the world is changing quickly and even more and more quicker. So it's really hard to make definite statements because tomorrow it might be different. And I think that's like the key learning that we had, where it's like previously we did one of those really big studies every 2 years, and 2 years is too long a time frame to base your basic investments on. You have to constantly monitor and see what's changing and what's happening, and then adapt.
But it's a fun question because like that's the most interesting thing about Shopper. We love Shopper here.
Yes, we love Shopper.
We love
Who
Shopper.
said it was boring? It was you.
We love
I
Shopper.
said not sexy.
Oh,
but
not sexy.
this is
Okay.
where we make money. So yes, close to my heart. So I think that's all the time we have for questions. We're going to break for lunch over here at the exhibition hall. And I think you all have to be back by 1:55 for the next session. Thank you, everybody.
The Thai Child Development Foundation is dedicated to creating a sustainable future for underprivileged children and their communities. At the heart of TCDF's sustainability efforts is their food forest farm, which serves as an organic farm and a circular economy learning center. Students learn to grow their own food, harvest it sustainably, and even sell the produce in the farm to Fork Restaurant. The Social Impact Shop, an income-generating project, provides fair jobs for young adults with disabilities and supports TCDF's occupational training and special needs school programs. To further their impact, TCDF partners with Ecologic Thailand, a holiday for charity program, where your stay supports the foundation's initiatives. While vacationing at Ecologic Thailand, you'll enjoy a unique and sustainable experience, from hands-on organic farming to learning about circular economy principles and attending environmental awareness workshops. With opportunities to volunteer and participate in educational programs, you'll make a difference while creating unforgettable memories. By supporting TCDF's sustainable efforts, you contribute to a better future for underprivileged children, their families, and the environment. Join us today in creating lasting change. Visit our website or get in touch to learn more about how you can support TCDF's sustainability initiatives.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Akiko from Values in Japan. Did you enjoy your lunch together, all together, and have some good conversation? Are you ready for afternoon session? Yeah. So lunch is a very important time to not only just eating together, but also have some conversation and get networking. So that will refresh you. I hope that will refresh you. So I'm from Japan. Before I start that session, I would like to talk a little bit. This year in Japan, we experienced an intense heat wave that it feels like it will never end. From July, August, September, October, the climate is over 30 degrees Celsius. It's very hot and hot and hot, and there is no autumn this year. Why I was talking about this is because many Japanese people feel that climate change is happening near ourselves in a real way. So I think many Japanese people don't think about climate changes or sustainability for their own theme. But this year, summer is too long and there is no autumn, then that makes people to consider more about the sustainability and climate change. As consumers become more conscious of their choices, business and needs to adapt their model and strategies to respond to their priorities. So today's theme is transformative and sustainable growth strategies. So let's take a moment to explore what we mean by transformative and sustainable growth. Transformative growth is about maintaining business model, redesigning products and services, and restructuring supply chain. The goal is not only for increasing profitability, but also contribute positively to society and environment. And sustainability growth goes beyond financial metrics. It's about building trust, increasing brand value, and developing a loyal customers by aligning business goals with social and environment benefits. This approach strengthens companies' competitiveness and resilience, empowering them to thrive in a rapid changing world. Today, we'll hear from three pair of the speakers, each bring valuable insights on topics closely related to transformative and sustainable growth. First speaker is titled Navigating the Shadows, Managing Gray Market Challenges. And Joanne and Edith will explore a gray market, a complex yet critical area that can significantly impact sustainable growth. By keeping supply chains ethical and transparent, companies can build trust, protect their brand, and ensure compliance, contributing to more sustainable business environment. And second theme is titled Growth by Doing Good, building resilience, profitable business with sustainability. Tress and Nikki will discuss how business can achieve sustainable growth through social responsibility. They will show how resilient and profitable business can be built by putting sustainability into the core of the business strategy, turning social good into long-term value. And third one is a case study from Air Asia titled Marketing with Meaning for Sustainable Growth. Topaz and Orm will share insights on how aligning with evolving customer value can drive sustainable growth. By embracing values that resonate with consumers, companies can build meaningful connection and trust, supporting long-term growth and brand loyalty. And I think sustainable growth requires new perspective and innovative strategies. Today's presentation provides valuable insights for addressing these challenges from diverse viewpoints. As we listen, Let's consider how these ideas can inspire our own journeys toward transformative and sustainable growth. So thank you. So let's begin with the first speaker, Joanna and Dedis. Please welcome.
Thank you, Kiko. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a great lunch. Hi, my name is Joanne. I'm from Skim. With me today, I have Didith.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Didith. I'm from Reckitt, and I'm the Insights and Analytics Lead for the region in ASEAN.
Yes, and today we are very privileged and excited to bring you a topic on grey market, something that I think most of us are very familiar with. In fact, it has been mentioned a couple of times in the previous sessions. Now, grey market has been around for a long time, and it has begun, since the rise of international trade, globalization. You can imagine when that actually began. There's a lot of things around grey market, and today we are excited to share with you a few examples we see in APAC, how grey market is impacting consumers and brands, and what are some of the recommendations we can have to kind of combat and mitigate these effects. So let me begin with an example first. Now imagine with me, we are all at home, looking at our mobile phone and shopping for a fragrance product. Okay? And what you see is a lot of the same product just showing up on your screen. I don't know if you can identify with me, but that's basically how I would experience, right? Like looking for a product and you start seeing all the same products. Some are cheaper, some tells you, delivery is faster. Some are obviously sold by official channels, and some obviously are resellers. Now, while the initial intention of going into the shopping app is to buy something from the official brand sellers, but the attractive deals from resellers could kind of make you reconsider. So let me pause here for a minute because we are really curious to find out, and since we're after lunch, right, so let's do a little activity here. We want to know who among us in this room would be enticed by the resellers' offers. Give me a show of hand or nod your head. Don't be shy. Didith, what would you do?
I might buy. Given its promising price, I might.
Yeah. It is a very attractive lure, right? As consumers ourselves, sometimes we do consider offers like that. And when we do buy it, we are actually contributing to the thriving grey market of e-commerce. I think it's worth putting a definition, perhaps, on this topic, even though it's something very familiar. So, Didith, can you tell us what exactly is grey market?
So for the purpose of our discussion, we define grey market as the unofficial sales of genuine products by unofficial sellers. This has long been, a thing. It has been existing for a long time already, since there has been cross-manufacturing and selling of goods. But the thing is, this has ballooned over the past few years due to the rise of e-commerce. Now, to put into context our discussion, let's give some examples. So I'll start off with a category that is being sold heavily online, and that is personal care categories. So I'm from the Philippines, and recently, a Japanese shampoo went viral in Philippines TikTok. And a lot of the retailers, resellers picked up on this, and suddenly you see it everywhere in e-com sites, even though there was no official distributor of that brand in the Philippines. You have other examples to share, Joanne?
I do have one. So I'm a mom of two, and for the longest time, infant formula milk has always been the frequent item in my shopping cart. I'm not sure if anyone can identify with me, but that's something we see often online. And prices may be different, as one product could be sold in one country and brought it to another, and resellers profit from the price differences.
Yeah, another category that I'm going to share is close to me also because I've worked for a tech company before, and we know that for gadgets and smart devices, gray market thrives. And I'm sure at one point of time, when you were looking for the latest smartphone and gadgets, you would go online, do a lot of search, maybe 3-6 months, and then you'll see a lot of stores offering it at suspiciously low price. But it doesn't usually these are genuine, but it doesn't usually come with a warranty and after sales that goes with this type of purchase.
Yep. Well, these are just very simple but also examples that we see day to day. Some instances of the gray market that we see affecting brands and businesses. And perhaps you are also thinking, of some examples yourself. Now, as consumers, we actually feel the effects of gray market. This whole phenomenon, we are at the brunt of it. So how does it change the way we shop? How does it change the way we behave online? So I have 3 thoughts to share with you, observations of which we've learned. So first of all, we start to see consumers changing the way they search for products online. So they go from site to site, they jump from many different places, much like the illustration here, just to find the best bargain, best deal to buy. And because of that, their behaviors change. A lot of the different reasons that drive and influence their purchases happen. They could also go to influencers, social media sites, or even aggregator sites like Little Red Book in China to find the best deals. The second effect gray market has is that it starts to anchor unrealistic price in the minds of consumers. How does that happen? Now, suppose you are very familiar with a product often selling at $50 by the official seller. If the resellers are offering the same product now for $30, our mind began to anchor $30 as the normal price. The psychological price barrier of $50 now gets shifted down to $30, and $50 now seems a bit high and unrealistic. So in consumers' mind, the goalpost of price expectations, it starts to shift. Lastly, and more philosophically maybe, gray market calls into the question of the importance of authenticity itself. Consumers might be thinking, I'm buying from the resellers and I know the products are real, so what's wrong with that? Or what does authenticity really mean? What does it mean to have a real product at hand? We may ask some of these questions.
Indeed, the consumer behavior is changing because of the gray market, and this presents some challenges to the brands. Number one, to no surprise, it questions the entire pricing matrix of the brand. So this puts into question our pricing, despite a lot of effort. Doing pricing requires a lot of effort from the brand. And if you see your brands at 20%, 30%, or even 50% lower, this puts into question our pricing matrix, making it hard for us to demand the price that we want to keep our brands healthy. Second, of course, is that it impacts the brand reputation. So let me go back to the example I shared to you earlier. Assuming that that person ends up buying that gadget, enjoys it for the first 7 days, and then suddenly it breaks. And, it's only that at that point that she realizes that it doesn't come with a warranty and more so an after-sale support. She gets frustrated, share this bad experience with his family and friends, and worst, share a negative comment online. So imagine the impact that this could bring to the brand.
In the case of infant formula milk or any consumable products, another concern may arise. Gray market items may lead to concerns around safety, standards, regulatory requirements with the local markets, and that actually pose risk to consumers' safety when they consume the products, and potentially even trigger some product recalls or legal consequences. Some of these negative repercussions are things brands need to bear at the end of the day.
Finally, the gray market also has an impact on how we estimate category sales and shares. So, basing it from my experience, there are various ways of doing this. Either A, you totally ignore it, or B, put some ratios, estimates on your category model or category projection model. But one thing's for sure, it's not an easy task. Joanne, now that we know the challenges of the brand, what then you think should we do about it?
Well, that's $1 million question, isn't it? It's quite difficult to answer. We know that there isn't a one-size-fits-all strategy, but today we have 4 thoughts to share with you today, and if there's anything of this session, we hope one of these might catch your attention today. First of all, if we can't beat them, befriend them. Now, what do I mean by that? Let me use the example that Didi has shared about the shampoo that got really viral in the Philippines. Now, in that case, the resellers were pretty quick, right? They were able to get to the to satisfy the immediate demand of the local markets. And what that happens for brands is they can negotiate deals or partner with these major resellers to distribute these products to the market while concurrently establish distribution through the traditional outlets or methods that could be quite time-consuming. Now, to track trends like this, it is definitely recommended to, for instance, have an internal team or a team of experts utilize all the fantastic AI tools that we've learned yesterday, the technology advances, to help us stay ahead of the trends, to know what they're doing, to know what is it that they are selling, especially products in markets where they don't officially exist yet. So know what they do, know where they are, partner them, and force agreements with them and work things out.
It's also important to, apart from what you've mentioned, it's also important for the brands to find the weak links of the supply chain and also have a mechanism to track the finished goods. So this may involve physically reviewing all of the contracts that you have with the suppliers, with the raw material suppliers throughout the production process. It's also important for you to find out where gray market has an impact on the entire brand development process, which typically it's at the end where you're starting to distribute the product, where gray market has a big impact. At this stage, you want to make sure that you have certain technology like RFID or anything that can track your brands, where it's moving, and identify any diversion that's happening and be able to address this right away. Making sure that you also have distributor and retail agreements that clearly define the scope of where they can distribute is also one preventive measures that you can have in your company, as well as looking at strategies like avoiding steep retailer discount. Instead, think of other ways to support your retailer and varying your products, your packaging, your formulation, so that it makes it hard for them to trade universally.
Thirdly, we can actually help consumers to shop smarter. Now, what do I mean by that? It is our responsibility to educate consumers, especially if there are a lot of risk associated with the gray market items, and to encourage them to buy from official retailers. Let me give an example. We talk about personal care category. We know that skincare products, for instance, could be formulated to suit the climate of the local needs, the consumer needs and habits, and brands can take the responsibility to educate them, to help them know what's the risk for buying products from the resellers, and what are those differences beyond just price. But how do we help consumers kind of shop smarter in this whole sea of clutter in the e-commerce space? We can consider establishing brand stores, like the official brand stores, partner with brand ambassadors, and even have systems or platforms to educate them of those differences. Didi, why don't you share with us from a brand's perspective, how can that really happen?
Of course, like any marketing, there will always starts off with a marketing campaign, marketing awareness campaign, such as having posts, social media activities also that highlight the risk of not having warranties, or poor customer service. You might want to also supplement this with activities in store, making sure that you partner with the retailers in educating the consumers through their frontliners, and also developing educational content such as posts, videos, newsletters about the benefits of purchasing them from authorized dealers, and having online sources like simply listing out all of the official retailers or sellers of your product. Creating online sources such as guidance on safe purchasing practices can also be done, and having testimonials and reviews by bloggers or let's say a satisfied customer, just to also bring that trust and making sure that they buy from legitimate stores. And also having some reward programs and loyalty programs can encourage them to have that habit also of making sure that they purchase at the right stores, the official ones.
There's a lot of very good examples. I hope you're taking down some of them. Now, finally, your research. What I mean by this is sometimes, I think most of the time, it's very beneficial to be able to utilize research to help us understand things around the consumers a little better. And in this case, moments where gray market is a huge impact on the category or the brand. Now, just some examples to give. First of all, if we really want to understand the market growth in the e-commerce space, we want to know where your products stands against the gray market item, it is perhaps worth considering adding gray market items into our competitive sets, and so to help us understand or have a better nuanced understanding of consumers' demand, price elasticity, psychological price barriers, for instance, that actually extends beyond the price range. So that's one example. Now, another example is, we talk about educating consumers, but sometimes the question is, what should I tell them about? What is it important for consumers to know in order that they get the message of the differences the products are providing for me? Is it an element on a pack? Is it a particular word in my messaging strategies? So some of these things to think about. Lastly, if gray market dynamics is not something we've explored before, and especially where science and factors are affecting some of these categories, it is worth knowing what the consumers are doing online. How are they shopping? How are they jumping from touch point to touch point? What's the key driver, barrier influencing their purchase? What's their view of the online reviews? Do they really trust every of them? What's their perception of authenticity? How willing are they able to compromise that for price, for instance? So some of these things, of course, we have to align with business needs and objectives, but some of these things can shed light to help us understand consumers even better.
The world of gray market is an endless topic that we all experience as either consumer, marketer, or research. To sum up, we've discussed how consumers' online behavior have changed and how what challenges this presents to the brand. But we've also discussed that there are ways to take advantage of this dynamic by looking at it holistically, both on our sales and on the consumers.
Yeah. Well, it's very hard to avoid or eliminate the gray market effects. I think we all recognize it. But we hope that whatever we've shared today, some insights, some nuggets can come to mind the next time if you are on TikTok or Instagram, you see a new trend arising, especially if you see your own products or your clients' products now appearing in those markets. We hope that some of these things that we've shared today can come to mind. And thank you very much for having us. So please don't hesitate to reach out anytime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Gray market is a very difficult problem, but we found some how to add color to the gray market. Very nice presentation. And the next one is from Noki and Tres. The title is Growth by Doing Good, Building Resilience, Profitable Businesses with Sustainability. Please welcome to.
Thank you. Fantastic to be here. I'm Trez. I am from Kantar. I lead the sustainable transformation practice for the region based out in Singapore. I'm really, really excited to kind of share with you all, in terms of our topic today. I'll let Noki do introductions as well.
Hi, everyone. I'm Noki, and I'm the Managing Director for Client here from Kantar, Thailand, and I'm also the Head of Growth for Southeast Asia. Today, we're going to be talking about businesses doing good, but they're also building resilient and also profitable brand. I'll let Trez kick off.
Thank you, Noki. Right. So to start off, we need a clicker. That's what I need. I was imagining everything would be automatic with the world of AI. Right. First things first. Sustainability is the future, is a given. I think the question is, how fast can the marketing and insights industry transform to deliver against this now and into the future? And that's what we're going to talk about. The do-good dilemma, the do-good cost dilemma, conversation has been ongoing, especially when we know, brands have got growth targets, and it's really, really challenging amid, the economic conditions, stagnating conditions, tough kind of competition out there. However, we want to really put forward the case. So can brands really meet financial goals and also do good for planet and people? And today, Noki and I will put forward our case that you can do good for planet and people and also deliver commercial goals. So let's get started. First things first, do consumers care? Absolutely, they care. We've done this at a global scale, at a regional scale, and at a market level in Thailand as well. And what we see is 6 in 10 of consumers are prepared to invest their time and money to support companies that do good. So that's one step. But they also expect businesses to be fairer, right? Deliver businesses and brands to be fairer, but also deliver on environmental challenges. As Akiko-san earlier mentioned, it's getting closer to home. Consumers are now realizing that impact on them, and they expect businesses to deliver on that. And nearly half, 47% in the region, have told us that they've stopped buying certain products that are, bad for the environment or society. But there's still a lot to do. I'm sure all of you have heard of the value action gap, right? 9 in 10 people in Asia telling us that they want to lead more sustainably. However, only 1/3 are actively changing their behavior. So what does this mean? There's a gap. So when there's a tension, there's a problem, as we heard yesterday about creative fitness, right? When there's a problem, there is an opportunity. See, there's a challenge, but also see there's an opportunity for businesses to solve this tension. When there's a tension, there is a reason for a solution. And if we can find that solution anchored in your category needs and the role that your brand can play, then we can then really see, rewards for those who get it right. So that's from a consumer lens, right? We also started to see the importance of sustainability recognized in the overall business strategy. If you look on the chart here on the left, we're starting to see increasing business investments and initiatives in the space of sustainability. It is environmental and social. So these are all the 17 sustainable development goals that cuts across environmental and social issues. And if you look at the patterns, today 1 in 3 patterns are related to sustainable development goals. So this gives you a sense of where that's going. And in a study that's, that Kantar partnered with the World Federation of Advertisers on Sustainable Marketing 2030, marketers are also recognizing the critical role that industry can play through the power of brands. 93% of marketeers tell us that brands have a responsibility to help people lead more sustainably, but also they believe that they have the right skills. So the stage is set. But if you do need more proof that this can deliver brand value, looking at this is doing good deeds can lead to commercial success. What we're looking at here is based on Kantar's brand database, where we look at the impact of brand on brand value, but we also look at an independent index, the MSCI, on how companies are performing on environmental, social, and government issues. And what we see here is the brands that are high on sustainable perceptions by consumers, as well as high on the MSCI index, are growing faster at 31% versus 23%. So it absolutely can deliver brand impact if you do it right, okay? So we're thinking, so give us some examples, right, of the ones that do it right. I think that'd be the obvious question that you would ask. But before I go there, I want to just talk about, so what are the challenges and what are the things that, that probably are the challenges that are stopping brands from delivering that? And therefore, let's start with What are the struggles that we've been seeing? What are brands struggling with to get it right, to unlock commercial success, right? It's not just a corporate activity, and now we're trying to link it to brand impact. And what are those challenges? Why are we not seeing that at scale yet? And it's still very much a growing or smaller subset of what we see today. The first thing is, issues are not equally the same across categories, are not equally relevant. The brands need to understand what are the issues that the category has got a role to play, and the brand can link its role and champion it, right? So the common issues of, if you heard from a business